Happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome to Topstep TV, the program where we learn to live, laugh, and love in the futures market. I'm Jack Pelzer. I am joined by the prince of market profiling himself, John Hoagland. Mr. Hoag, how are you doing this morning?
Doing good. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Yeah, it's October 29th already. We were just talking in the green room about how it's hard to believe October's almost over again. But it's great to be here with you, Jack. Great to be here with all of you. Top of the chat, the early birds this morning, Almond Sour, Command 88, Naveen, Chris, Blue Ken, Man Cave, Adrian, Leo, Rich, Yabbersmack Holdings, Dan Trader, Slippers, Frizzoo, and Mike Godfrey, also known as Buddha Goldie 31. It's great to see everyone. Great to be here with all of you.
Yeah, we got Nightbot in there too, posting some helpful things such as the risk disclosure. That's something that'll come up there from time to time. Remember, throughout the day, we got the Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. Those are special blends picked by Hoag. Good stuff there. So glad to see you all this morning. And what a morning it is. A little bit of a breather at the beginning of the week. We have one of the biggest weeks that I've seen in trading between a presidential election 1 week from today. We got non-farm on Friday. We got earnings of pretty much all the Mag 7 this week. I believe this afternoon we have Google. I'll let you get to that, Hoag. But first, my big story from last night is that the 10-year yields surged through 4.3%, which is the highest level since July of this year. This could be another trade reflecting increased sentiment of a Trump victory on Tuesday. My next huge level to the upside is between 4.48 and 4.5%. When we come back with news later, I'll go into the charts here. Similar storyline, Bitcoin topped 71,000, first time since June. What else we got here? Oh, yeah. And then the Dodgers have a 3-0 lead in the World Series after beating the Yankees in the Bronx 4-2. What a shame to see that happen to such a scrappy, downtrodden team in a media flyover market like the Yankees. Makes you feel a little better about the White Sox. But it's be a tough road for them to come back. Hoag, what do we have as far as eco and earnings today?
Well, this morning at 7:30, the September trade balance came out, and it was a lot deeper than the previous month. The August number was minus 94 billion 22. It came out minus 108 billion 23. So a much bigger trade imbalance than they were expecting. Retail inventories came out. The August number was 0.5%. It came out 0.1%. Wholesale inventories for September came out minus 0.1%. 8 o'clock here just now, we had the Case-Shiller and FHFA home price indices come out. 9 o'clock, we have consumer confidence and job opens labor turnovers. The JOLTS number there, the first number in a slew of employment numbers this week. 10:30, there's a 52-week auction. Noon, there's a 2-year FRN auction, floating rate note auction, and a 7-year note auction. As far as earnings this morning, Novartis, McDonald's, Pfizer beating on all expectations. HSBC missing on earnings per share. PayPal missing on revenues, and BP also missing on revenues. And yes, after the close today, Alphabet/Google, Visa, AMD, among the big ones coming out after the close today. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's a little bit higher again today, about 1.6% higher, about 20.13 back above that 20 level. Yesterday at this time, it was 19.26. The dollar index also higher this morning, 104.6. It was 104.2 at this time yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year, yes, back above 4.3 at 4.35% last I checked yesterday. At this time, 4.24%. And that is going to do it as far as our economic numbers and major earnings. That's a long list of earnings today and all week. It's going to be a fun one.
It is. And while it'll be fun, you also got to be smart. Let's take a look at that tip of the week for the second time this week. Know your edge. This could be a specific setup or context. It could be when you trade. It could be how you trade. It could be your risk reward. It could be any number of things. You could be a master risk manager, momentum trader, range trader. Figure out what that is, what you do best, and capitalize on it. So that's our tip of the week, Hoag. I don't know if you have anything else here.
Well, I mean, you pretty much covered it. We talked about it yesterday, how the edge has certainly changed from the days in the pit to what we are looking at as edge now. To me, it's always the reward over risk. Always looking for bigger opportunities and profit than what I have to risk to take the trade. So, great stuff. And yes, find your edge. Find your edge. Strategy,
Find
setups, whatever it is.
Don't lose your edge. All right. So before we hit the charts, real quick, just want to make an announcement. Topstep VIP Scouting. Today is the second day of scouting for our next Topstep VIP teams, kicking off in January. Between now and then, we'll be dropping lots of check-in forms. Those check-in forms, those that check in the most on Topstep TV, will get the best odds of getting picked for one of these teams. I think we're going to 10 teams. So watch out for those check-in forms. We'll let you know when they're coming. And with that, Hogue, I think it's time. Ooh, something extra off the press. Look out this morning for our second check-in form to drop this morning. We're in Chicago time. That would mean before noon at some point. All right. With that, Hogue, let's give the people what they want. Let's get to those charts.
All right. Well, let's take a look-see. Really not a lot of change in the longer time frames from where we were yesterday at this time. We're still very centrally located in the center of the area of balance that was really kind of established with the high from last week and the low from last week. There is so much information coming out this week. The market just seems to be awaiting that new information. And, like we've been saying, there is a lot of new information coming into the markets this week. So where are we? Well, again, we're right in the middle of the area of balance. Again, the market really just kind of holding pat, a little bit of opportunities, very narrow session ranges yesterday in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Very little change in open interest. Volume was a little bit low yesterday. We added about 1,600 in open interest yesterday in the S&Ps, which I largely view as inert or unimportant. An unimportant or, again, inert change in open interest. So the market is still awaiting information. Lots to come. So much going on. Earnings, unemployment, elections. Oh my, it's like lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, earnings, employment, and elections. Oh my, that's what we're kind of looking at here. So it's going to be, a day. I think this week is probably one of the lightest weeks that I would probably be trading. And then again, early next week with the election going on. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Let's see where we're at. Now, we all know that we had that weekend gap that occurred yesterday. A lot of eyeballs and a lot of traders really kind of focusing on getting to that gap close, which we have not accomplished yet here in the S&Ps. Yesterday, putting in lower highs, lower lows, the market continues to try and push down to close up that gap. So where are we as far as overnight inventory is concerned? Well, overnight inventory, we could say, is relatively short. In the S&Ps, it looks like we're going to be opening with a session gap. Maybe that session gap will get us enough push to go close the weekend gap that everybody's been focusing on. But again, with overnight inventory, with no new business coming in, with no new selling coming in, the market has a tendency to unravel that overnight inventory, which could bring us right back towards settlement, which is yesterday's settlement price, 58.61.5. There's been a few questions that I've seen about what is settlement and why is it different than the last trade of the day? Well, settlement in the equities occurs at 3 o'clock. It's when the cash market or stock market closes. That is where the exchange marks to the market all of the open positions that are going to be occurring while the market is closed for that hour or two, whatever it is. So that is where settlement is. It is probably not going to be, although is usually going to be relatively close to, the last trade of the session right there at 4 o'clock. Now, there's a big difference sometimes in settlement and that last trade in gold. This was the question yesterday, and we'll take a look at why that is here in just a couple of moments. So the gap close would take us down to 58.42. Yesterday, when we opened, we were looking for this market to really kind of fall into repair inside of the double distribution trend day from Friday. Now, I was looking at 58.45 as a potential repair area in the market. It got pretty close to that and relatively close to the gap close. So we're looking at around down here. We're going to see if maybe we find some basing and we can find some rotation back to the upside a little bit here. But again, ACH, ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. There's more information coming out at 9 a.m. Central Chicago time. We got consumer confidence. We got the job opens, labor turnovers, and a couple of shorter term bond and note auctions throughout the rest of the day. So we'll be watching that, of course. The profile yesterday, very relatively narrow range, an inside day, which we were kind of expecting, looking for the repair between this upper distribution from Friday and this lower distribution, looking like we've finally finished that repair. Market may be, looking for new areas to facilitate trade, because yesterday was a normal variation trading day in the S&Ps, very centrally located as far as the point of control is concerned. It did a lot to facilitate trade yesterday. It makes sense that the market will probably auction to find new areas to facilitate trade. So far, that auction has been to the downside, overnight over inventory to the short side, with no new selling coming in. Again, could bring us back into range, back into value. We get back inside value from yesterday. Value acceptance play could come into play, which could take us up to, let's call it around 58, 72, 75. But for now, gap rules are applied. In other words, if we can't close this session gap relatively early, we're looking for continuation to the downside. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which did a much better downside job yesterday. We'll take a look-see here and see what we're kind of looking at. Price remains relatively central in range and in balance. This is not anything that I need to see here. We got last week's low, last week's high, weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low, and where are we? Very relatively centrally located inside of that. So this market is still in digestive mode and looking for new information. We added about 1,900 in open interest yesterday. Direction? I wonder what direction that came in. But again, it is relatively inert, low volume yesterday. Markets are on edge. They're looking for new information. When it's going to come in and in what package it's going to come in, again, is unknown. Let's take a look at the 30-minute. Okay, so yesterday we opened in range, in value from Friday's session, looking for potential repair from this area right up here, this point of control up here, 20,643, and to repair down to, where was that number I put out there yesterday? 20,520 was really the kind of finishing of the repair area from the previous double distribution-ish trend day in the NASDAQ. It wasn't a true double distribution trend day in the NASDAQ, but it was in the S&P. Where are we now? No overnight inventory, bordering on opening with a gap to the downside. Gap rules will apply if that does happen, but what we did do was last night we actually closed the weekend gap, which has not yet occurred in the S&Ps. NASDAQ coming off a little further than the S&Ps yesterday. So opening in range and in value, try and stay patient. If we open with a gap, if we can't close the gap relatively early, there's, naked points of control down below. I'll put those on these charts here at some point, and we'll see what kind of visuals we can see to the downside. But again, the market opening with a gap, without a gap, no real overnight inventory, suggesting we try and stay patient. New information is coming, and we'll see what that does to the markets. Let's take a quick look at crude oil. I saw a quip this morning. It looks like gasoline might be down below $3 a gallon here at some point very, very soon. So that kind of figures. I don't want to say anything about that, but it just makes sense. Crude oil has been, pushing to the downside. We're down at levels we haven't really seen all that much lately. So let's take a look. Yesterday, pretty good volume on the push to the downside on a breakout below our weekly kickoff low of 68.65. Overnight inventory. Hang on a second. Um, yes, open interest. That's what I was trying to find there. Open interest on this push to the down below this weekly kickoff low. We piled in approximately 57,000 contracts. Was that on the short side? We'll take a look at that here very shortly. We never did even have a chance to close the weekend gap that occurred in crude oil to the upside. What did we do yesterday? Where did all that open interest come in? So here's that weekend gap all the way up to 71.65. There's where we started the session yesterday at 5 p.m. The market kind of bordered or kind of magnetized around that weekly kickoff level at 68.65 and then pushed to the downside. What direction do we think that all of that new open interest came in during yesterday's session? Well, looks like the market really attempted to push to the upside. Where did most of the volume come in? It came in right at the 8 o'clock and 8:30 bars, and those were long bars. Those were buying bars. I can't figure out where this 57,000 increase in open interest. It may have something to do with finally the expiration of the November contract, but it's a little bit shocking. And I'm thinking, by the way this profile looks, it's a bit of a P-shaped profile, which would indicate short covering, but with an increase in open interest like that, did we see buyers come in against these lows down here, against this session down here? Quite possibly. Overnight inventory maybe got a little bit long, relatively close to that weekly kickoff high. Price already coming back into range, back into value. Try and stay patient. Better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. That profile and the daily chart yesterday, take a look. Excess low on the daily chart. Where were the last excess daily chart? Well, here's an excess low. Here's excess lows. This looks familiar. I wonder if we're going to see this market kind of recover and give us a test at least of that weekly kickoff 68.65 level for a potential opportunity. Here's that 30-minute chart again. And an excess low in the profile yesterday. Nice buying tail at the bottom there. Market opened, looked lower, was rejected, held above that the rest of the day. We did pull back relatively close to the open here, but we were unable to get back down there. An afternoon pullback low down here that's near the settlement level here of 67.38 that I'm very interested in seeing an opportunity for an execution at that level. Now, our beautiful gold, that lovely precious metal, boy, it sure is looking good now, isn't it? Well, we've been saying for months that this market is primed for continuation to the upside. So we've got a potential breakout from the previous balance. 1, 2, 3, 4 days, maybe 5 days in balance. We're now above the weekly kickoff high that remained from last week because there was very little sign of acceptance above it. If we find acceptance above it, a new leg to the upside is likely to happen. We lost 4,200 in open interest yesterday, and I find that interesting. Short covering, yes. And that short covering created, I believe, more of an evening of inventory. For the last few sessions, we've been seeing open interest up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. That's evening out the inventory. And when we even out the inventory, that gives the market more energy when it breaks out of that area of balance. And we may be seeing evidence of that right now. So take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So weekly kickoff high. Yeah, we looked above it last week, but no sign of true acceptance. This happened in the overnight. Remember, we talk about the idea that all-time highs that occur in the overnight session don't tend to be very lasting. And it seems as though buyers have that all-time overnight high in their sights as we speak. Overnight inventory is long. The market broke out, found supported weekly kickoff high, 2760, excuse me. That was resistant, now is acting as support, and we're seeing continuation to the upside as we speak. Yesterday, we lost 4,200 in open interest. It's a P-shaped profile indicating short covering. Short covering has a tendency to take buying power away from the market. Think about it. If you're short and you need to cover, you have to turn into a buyer. That's this P-shaped profile. No gap close, no session gap close. The market continuing to push to the upside. What is happening if we saw a whole bunch of buying power come out of the market yesterday with the loss in open interest and the P-shaped profile? New business, ladies and gentlemen. New business. It's the new business that is going to come off of that even inventory, come in and continue to try and push this market higher, if that is indeed the case. Of course, ACH, anything can and will happen. So this market seems to be attracting new buyers. It's acting like it's attracting new buyers. The all-time high was in the extended trading hour session. I'd say that there is a probability that we're going to put in a new all-time high in gold today. It's just a probability. It's not a prediction. It is just context. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take a deep breath before you get into trading today. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. And make sure, as always, you pray for peace for everyone. And let's have a great session.
All right. With that, we got a doorbell to bring in a little bit early. One of our guests for Fast Markets this morning. We got the Rips man himself is in here. Rips, how's it going?
What's up, Jack? How you doing? How you doing, Hogue?
I'm doing phenomenal.
Good.
Yeah, this market, however, has been a little bit tricky here. This has been a very choppy market with not a lot of range. I have my screens up right now. I kind of wanted to go over what I'm looking at here. I have that Spaceman BTC on my trading view here, so you can see prior 4-hour low, prior day, Monday low, daily open. You can see all these levels here, and we're just trapped tight in this range right now. And you can see the movements inside of this range have been very, very choppy. Even when we're coming down in a congruent move, we bounce back up. Same thing happens, bouncing back up. And then when we had this dip low today, I was trading some combines on my stream, and I ended up shorting practically the bottom of that range, and I got all of my combines blown on that. So it was a tricky market for me to read. I thought we were actually going to have a breakdown on this area here and actually start to roll over down below 452, potentially down to this 423 area. But unfortunately, the market had other plans. So I fired up 5 new combines and got these across the line here from trading from the previous 4-hour low to this spike above VWAP. So what is going to happen here today is dependent on the news. We have a lot of news coming out today, and it's going to be really interesting to watch what happens here. The big notable events from today are going to be the JOLTS job openings and the consumer board confidence. Those two readings, I feel, are the biggest readings of the week. We do have the non-farm employment change coming on Wednesday, and then we do have the PCE and the jobless claims on Thursday, and of course, the non-farms on Friday. So it's going to be all about employment this week. We are very close to the election where we are going to have a new U.S. president. So there's a lot of things on the table that are adding into this volatility right now. So if we're looking at the events today, you really want to be focused on those JOLTS job openings as well as the consumer confidence. In the afternoon, however, there's going to be a lot of activity from the Treasury. We have a 2-year FRN auction, a 7-year note auction, and a 52-week bill auction. All of that is going to be moving the bonds market. We're going to see the 2-year and the 10-year moving a lot on that and jostling on that. In fact, the 7-year note auction and the 52-week bill auction are happening at the exact same time. So we're going to see the results from that probably around like 1 p.m., 1:02. It usually comes about 2 minutes after the auction takes place. So be on the lookout for that at 1 p.m. Eastern time, noon Central. That's going to be what's moving the market today. But I think that we could actually see some movements after the bell as well, given that we do have a lot of earnings this week. So this week, prior to the election, prior to the next FOMC, there's a lot of moving pieces. So expect a lot of volatility, expect a lot of shakeouts and fakeouts. And I'm curious, Hogue, have you been seeing a lot of the same thing? I know you track a lot of the S&P, track a lot of the Dow. I'm mainly focused on the NASDAQ myself. But have you noticed a lot of that where you're seeing heavy positioning on either sides of this market right now?
Let me double check here. When I'm looking at that, I'm looking at open interest, and we've seen open interest kind of waffling, especially in the S&Ps. It's up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next. So that's kind of saying that overall, the bigger players, the banks, the funds, they're all just hedged and waiting for something to change, something to happen. Now, looking at the NASDAQ, We have seen a lot more open interest kind of on the plus side in the NASDAQ. It seems as though there's a lot more longer time frame investment, if you will, in the NASDAQ. But where we are as far as like on the day charts and the longer time frames, we're really kind of centrally located in an area of balance. And to me, that area of balance is kind of, probably seeing some of the bigger traders like you're talking about really kind of bookending those ranges and just trying to adjust inventory at those ranges and just letting the middle of the market just chop everybody up. Like you say, Rips, it's a retail rinse in between those.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm seeing on my end too. Keep in mind, we do have a precarious time to have the next FOMC. The next FOMC is actually going to be in 9 days, and it comes at a very strange time because usually the FOMC falls on the third Wednesday of the month that they conduct the FOMC rate adjustment. So right now, if we're looking at the ZQX4 contract right now, we're looking at a 96.3% chance of a 25 basis point cut. And that is different from what we saw basically a month ago, where we were actually seeing a higher percentage chance of a 50 basis point cut. And that has since changed, and that's kind of jostled around a bit. We were seeing a 53.3% chance of a 50 basis point cut back in September when this contract was trading. And now it's a 96% chance of only a 25 basis point cut. Now that can again rapidly change because the chances of us having a new president by the time that we have the FOMC meeting is pretty high. There might be one of those things where we get delayed results like we have had in the past election, but it's going to create a very interesting trading environment because both of the potential candidates have very differing economic policies that they have planned for the path forward for the next 4 years. So that's going to be really dictating what we see for longer term investors in this market. And I think that we're going to have a lot of juicy volatility coming up to trade. And I think that as traders, it's going to create a good environment no matter which candidate ends up taking the office.
And with that, I'm going to jump out of here soon to get the other people in for fast markets. We got Dakota. I see MP in the green room. Andre, as usual, ready to go. Rest of the day, we got Isaac Rivera stopping by. Who else do we have on the calendar? It is so packed at the moment. We got Real Deal Zach coming for Power Hour. John London, 1 o'clock. Me and Ben for Shoulder Tap, and Robert and Hogue for group coaching. 2 minutes before the bell, I'll let you guys get to that voodoo that you do. Code Blazing Saddles.
Thanks, Jack. So, yeah, what are we looking at? About 2 minutes from the open. And NASDAQ going to be opening in range. S&P is going to be opening outside of yesterday's range. NASDAQ really pulled back a lot deeper yesterday, trying to close that weekend gap, which it did. I think we've kind of closed that. We haven't even closed that weekend gap in the S&Ps just yet. Here's that S&P. There's that weekend gap. 58.42 even would close that. Higher lows, higher highs. It's going to be an interesting trading day. With the S&Ps opening with a gap and the NASDAQ not. All right.
Here, Andre, back there.
Sorry. I didn't know I should have muted my mic. Sorry. I am indeed here.
I'm just going to put up the NASDAQ profile here so we can see. This is our overnight trade. This is the regular trading hours from yesterday. Very narrow range. Not a whole lot of volatility or opportunity, but there were, always some good opportunities up near this upper extreme of that profile. We are now open, folks. We are now open. We've opened in range. Bottom end of value from yesterday, centrally located in the range from yesterday. NASDAQ, I've got to try and stay a little bit patient here. Now we've got it going. Going to try and stay a little bit patient here. That's been my theme for the week here, with all these earnings and everything coming out. Seeing some buyers coming into the NASDAQ now, bringing us back into value. Acceptance of value could see us run. Let's just call it maybe up to 20,570. If we get to higher value from yesterday. S&P is a little bit different. Let's take a look and see what we're doing here. Okay, opening with a gap from yesterday. We can't close this gap relatively early, and closing that gap makes us up to 58.59.5, 58.59.50. Point of control from the overnight. If we can't get there, then I just could see this market continuing to push lower and possibly really getting down to in the regular trading hours to close that weekend gap that we've been watching. That's all we've got here right on the open. It's great to see everybody here with me now. So let's have a good trading day.
You're doing great, Hogue. I was just going to let you ride that solo for a while. You're doing fantastic. I guess I don't need to ask you what we're looking at here for the opening. Here we go. Welcome, everybody. Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. We're starting to see some sellers out the gate in the ES. Last trade, 58.45. We got Hogue in the house. We got Michael Patak in the house. We got Rips in the house. Let's get it. Hogue, sellers coming in here, NASDAQ and ES, YM as well. Pretty tame.
Order filled.
Open so far. Rips, what are we looking at here?
It looks like there's a lot of sellers here on the NASDAQ, and same thing with the S&P. We're seeing this break much lower. So I'm potentially looking at taking a short here. I'm just looking to see if we bump back up against that 480 level. There's a good chance that we could wash all the way down to 452 here. So I'm going to take a short. I'm short here in the NASDAQ, looking for 452 to the downside.
452 to the downside. 452 to the downside.
That is my target to the downside here.
We have left the opening ranges. All three of the equities at the high of the session. Shorts are in right now.
Stop filled.
Hey, good morning to Manfred. Been too long.
Order
Been
filled.
too long, Fred. Get you back on shortly. All right, started to see some sellers here. Rips, talk to us. You were short from 72s, I believe.
77 halves.
77.
Yeah, looking for this to flush down. Oh, there we go. All the way down there. Beautiful, beautiful move. Just gorgeous. Beautiful, beautiful flush. I'm going to cover a little bit here at these 450s. I'll move my stop up back to the 70s. So that is $2,200 realized in my Topstep live funded account.
Hey,
nice trade on that one.
What size did you hit clip there?
Just only 5 contracts, short from 77, covered a clip at 50 and 54.
Nice trade. Still pushing here. 20,444.
What would you like about that? What got you into that?
We had a harsh rejection up at the weekly open in the NASDAQ here. You can see this on my chart. I'm using Spaceman BTC here, and you can see this very harsh rejection candle at that weekly open. That's what kind of guided me into this trade here. I'm going to move my stop down to 57.50 now, the remainder. So we currently are sitting at 2,700 unrealized here.
Nice trade.
That was a great trade, Rips. I mean, we opened right at the bottom of value from yesterday. We rejected that value right away. We left the opening range at the high of the session. Nice trade.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's trades like this where I have a lot of confidence. I like to take these in my Topstep live funded account. It's such a real honor to be called up to trade in the big leagues on Topstep here, and I trade that account very seriously. I put my most serious trades on that account. So it's a beautiful thing when you see trades like that work out exactly what you wanted. That beautiful rejection there off the open was everything I was looking for. And I just stopped out on the rest. So that's $2,748, $2,748.20 in my Topstep live funded account.
That's how you start a morning, Rips. Well done. All right, still selling here. Michael, that's some Pro Bowl stuff right there.
Pro Bowl is what we call it.
Good morning, Michael.
Just closed the weekly gap. Down at 58.42. They closed the gap, weekend gap.
Big range.
NASDAQ did that yesterday.
Pin to the top of the chat right now. You'll see the Topstep daily levels. Have those open. Rearing to go. MP's got them on his charts. He doesn't have to
50-50 until. Nothing until.
50-50 until. Still seeing some sellers here. 20,437, 435, 434 is now trade.
We're done, right? Time to take the rest of the day off.
There he is. Where have you been? Where'd you come from?
Nice to have a cushion. Nice to have a cushion to start the day.
Those teeth of yours, man. You're a different person.
Big storm here in Utah. I was late, a few minutes late to get to my desk, dealing with power outages in the area. So over here knocking on wood. I do have a reserve laptop that, in case anything happens, if I'm in a trade, I hop over to that laptop, or on my phone. We have the mobile app here at TopstepX. So I'm not in too big of a fear of losing connection or power to get out of a trade, but to lose it in the middle of a stream, that's always the worst.
Oh, that means there's snow in the mountains, Dakota. Hopefully
that
storm means it's snowing up top.
Yep.
It's storming right now. Raining at the bottom, and there's white all on the top.
Good thing it's coming. All right, we're starting to see a bounce out, but see about a 30-point pop here in the NQ. I looked at Dakota's background. Dakota's got the bear up today. Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
I do.
What does that mean, Dakota? Can you walk us through the strategy behind your backgrounds, please?
I got the strategy on Monday when you had the bears in there. I get that strategy. I don't quite get the one
today,
though. Actually, I do now. It's sold off. So, yeah.
Yes. Today, I do think that we could. There's a chance we could rotate down to the maybe 20,400, 20,380s, 390s. If we do continue to break down, I could see us going to the bottom half of this range. The reason being, this is an hourly chart. There's a lot of resistance here right around 20,530s. We broke down that last night. We came up. We failed to get above that and completely rejected, selling off, breaking through support. And so this range that we seen last week, I wouldn't be surprised if we come see the bottom of it. But we have news. We have news in 23 minutes. That's going to affect everything.
We have news. We do have news.
Andre,
Right about now,
20,530. Again.
530 is a huge level. Huge level. For whatever reason. We did finally close the gap. Close the gap at the very last minute yesterday on the close. Nice trade for the house account. We're short all day, Michael. All day on that trade. Finally paid off.
And which one? The one I left on from Fast Markets?
Correct. Yep. We got filled at the
Get out of here.
Longest trade we ever held. It got filled in like the last minute.
It was 5-hour banger.
Did the target move at all?
No.
I didn't touch it.
Set and forget.
OCO, baby. Order cancels order, or whatever you want to call it.
OCO, baby.
Short.
So since we are having like this little kerfuffleation down here, I'm going to go ahead and take the step to just go ahead and lock out my live account here, up 27.48 and 20 cents on my Topstep live account. I'm locking this out here.
Nice work. Nice work. That's all it takes. One trade.
Early. That's a little early.
One trade, nice and early. That's all I really wanted. Just wanted to nail it and be done.
Get on base. Actually, it's not get on base. That's a good day. It's a hell of a day.
We can pull the GC up here. All right, now I got everything set to go.
Some of the best traders I see just take 1 or 2 trades a day, and maybe even 1 or 2 trades a week sometimes.
Yeah. If you can do that, it's very hard for folks to do that. But if you can do that, it's a pretty healthy living.
Correct. Yeah.
What's that?
And I say that because you have to be super patient, and very few people that I've seen can do 1 to 2 a day. And then you see their trade report, and there's these days where they, go off the reservation, so to speak.
Boy.
Trading's fun, man. They make it fun for a reason. It's easy to click buttons.
Looking at the tilt here, saw some heavy tilts yesterday. Boy, crude especially. It's up to 88%, 87% long yesterday. Need to sell off. We did see some 70% tilts in the Manfred. Not everyone can do 500. Manfred's very active in the chat this morning. Good to see. Yeah, you heard him, John.
So I'm watching this NASDAQ market right now. If we stay contained under that 52 level, we are at a breaking point in the S&Ps. I'm going to bring up the chart for the S&Ps right now. I rarely talk about the S&Ps, but I figured I'd give it a little bit of attention this morning. But you can see right here, we have a clean area of confluence across the board here. where we drawn liquidity, drawn shorter liquidity, drawn even shorter liquidity, and now here we are drawing liquidity again. So depending on whether or not we break this level, this could be a tremendous area where we fail back down to the prior week low. There's a lot of things going to be buoying this market, though. The previous month high, the prior month high, and then the monthly open. So if we can actually break through the prior month high and we start to see this thing go to the sell side, we see all the components of the S&P starting to sell off here. That's something that could bring this market down. And usually we can see this on earnings week. We do have a lot of earnings this week, a lot of big companies from the S&P that are reporting this week. And we do often see that the market can be drawn down only to send it back up after these companies have stellar earnings. And really, we haven't seen a lot of these big tech giants reporting yet. We've seen a couple of previews across the board with Taiwan Semi, ASML, and a couple other names like Lam Research. And they have been kind of on opposite sides. Lam Research, for instance, had very strong earnings. ASML had very negative earnings. Taiwan Semi had very strong earnings. So we're going to have to see what happens for earnings season. There's a lot of people who are predicting that it's going to be strong for Q3 earnings, and going into Q4 and looking at full year guidance for 2025 is going to be pretty strong. So we will have to see how that shakes out and what the effect is going to be on the S&P specifically.
Well, McDonald's reported well, and if McDonald's reports well, yeah, that means the lower consumer is spending. That's kind of the thing. I got a buddy at my kid's school who has like hundreds of whatever Taco Bells or whatever. He's the operator of all these franchises. He operates them. So if you're a franchise owner, he operates them, and he's very, very sensitive. He wrote the PPP stuff. He's part of the guy that wrote the PPP. And I'm going to have him on here. When PPP came out, those business owners that know PPP, when COVID came out, they just handed you money. I mean, they did. I mean, $6 trillion, they had to just get it in hands. Crazy. Keep them from their business shutting down, all that kind of stuff. Topstep got money. Well, everybody I know, my sister got money for their plumbing company. I know
there's a lot of people that also abused it, too. Don't forget about that, Michael. A lot of people
abuse PPP. Everything. There's always going to be idiots of some percentage of the world. There's got to be, yes, you're correct. Majority, it just absolutely helped people stay rocking and rolling. And he tells me about the story of it because he deals with the lower consumer, the middle class, lower class, and then the consuming of all those folks. He can see because he caters to that is how he talks, and that's his clients, customers, or whatever. So it's just interesting to see when that starts to slow down, how that affects, and then the wages that they pay and all that kind of stuff. So it's very interesting. From an economy guy, talking economy with him, it's very cool.
It is. Well times. All right, we were talking about some more numbers coming out today. I'll go over them really quick. This is about the time to say, Eddie, what's on the calendar today? Well, I'll play Eddie today. We got Jolts coming up in about 17 minutes. We got U.S. Consumer Confidence coming out at the same time. We got a 52-week auction at 10:30 Central Time, so about an hour and 45 minutes. Then high noon Central Time, we got a 7-year auction. Then after the bell, we got Alphabet, Visa, and AMD, as well as some of those other companies talking about. So,
Alphabet, by the way, of course, people know by their more common name, which is Google. GOOGL and GOOG, Class A, Class C, are both reporting after the bell today.
GOOG.
I'm watching Bitcoin break highs. I'm watching Bitcoin sitting here breaking through 72,003.
Is it really?
Yeah, Bitcoin had some resistance at 70,000, and it actually broke that wall down yesterday. It was really exciting to see that live.
It's actually levels.
Yeah, you look at this
Bitcoin now.
Look at this big run up. What's that?
There's actually levels. Bitcoin respects levels now, huh? When you trade it.
Yeah. I mean, it's like most markets. I mean, there's basic technical analysis like rally, flagging pattern, rally, flagging pattern. We can trade Bitcoin at Topstep, right? I mean, here it is. Here's Mike.
I got it right here. If you didn't know that you're watching, you didn't know you can actually trade Bitcoin futures on Topstep. TopstepX is a great platform to trade it on, and Ethereum as well.
Get in there.
Yeah. So I know we talk a lot about NASDAQ. There's a lot of
long one. There you go. I got long one.
What price? Let's do it. Put it up on the board. Looking at Topstep daily levels for Bitcoin. We don't have any Topstep daily levels for Bitcoin, Michael. What price are we long from in the Bitcoin?
We are long from 72,255.
255 one time.
A micro. It's already $10 away, and we're down $2. I don't know how that works.
It's only 50 cents a tick, and it's $5 is one tick. it's pretty volatile. It's pretty volatile. I do like that the micros. It's easy to manage risk, but yeah,
shout out to
technical
Jay.
analysis does work.
We are seeing the S&P and the NASDAQ rally here off the lows. An incredible bounce here from the S&Ps, and it is ripping and rallying now. NASDAQ through 500s here, trading all the way up to 510 and beyond.
Yeah,
what a ripper there from that early exhaustion. We'll have to see whether or not we can get back up above, I'm looking right now at 58.55 in the S&Ps, and on the NASDAQ, I'd really like to see this thing claiming 530 evens.
530. Yep. Hogue, we're selling at 530, right?
that has been a very good spot to do it. But we're going to take out the overnight, the opening range high if we get back up there. The opening range high in the NASDAQ, 526. We get up to 530. We're taking out that opening range high, which, it can be a good spot. There's probably going to be some stops right above that overnight, that opening range high. Again, that opening range high is 526. So there could be some good stops up there to take us up to 530. It's been a great level. It really has. Dakota rips that 530 level. Dakota, you mentioned it earlier. Do we look to take a short there?
No, we look to wait for JOLTS job openings and consumer confidence.
Nice.
On the ticket today, minutes. Dakota. I love it.
Very disciplined.
I'm trading my live account. I'm taking this as serious as it gets.
No, I didn't do anything.
Okay.
Focus. Quick check.
No
Dakota, what is the balance of your live account, by the way?
Do you guys really want to know?
I do. I'm curious.
It's that PPP money.
Just past a $250,000.
Oh, just a casual $250,000 in your live account. I'd like to see some other influencers out there get that kind of live account balance.
Yeah, it is updated today.
Order filled.
So when we do the big board later, that's a teaser.
Ooh. Oh my!
Order
Two all-time highs in gold. Somebody get the horn out.
Get your air horn out. All those gold bars, Michael, you got in that vault here.
Yeah, I don't have any gold bars. We used to have a fake one that used to be the doorstop opener at the old Topstep office. It's a picture of Hogue with it.
Did that get lost in the move at all?
No. We just left things. We did an auto liquidation party at the office. Everybody can come in and just take whatever they wanted.
Ransack the place.
I've done that like 4 times in my life. Like as a college kid, you're like, I'm not moving all this out. Who wants it all? It's all just like stuff that's like you already got from somebody else's like driveway.
Yeah, crap. Yep, gold new all-time highs. Get your air horns out. 27.75.
You know what's
March to 3,000 is on. We are long one Bitcoin micro Bitcoin.
I remember the days when gold couldn't break 1,800. You remember those days, Andre? What, 3 years ago? Whatever.
It was a struggle. 2,000 was the big boogeyman.
A few months ago.
2,000.
Yeah, a few months ago.
You know what's underrated that I think potential is silver. I've been watching silver a little bit, and
dear.
It'd be a big thing that people traded at Topstep back in 2012, I think,
That's
around
true.
there.
Silver.
It was
right through $35
$50
an ounce. It's very possible in silver.
I would stick with gold. Gold is the much better metal, in my opinion.
Good God, gold. It took me forever for that to move.
I agree.
I bought 1800s on a long-term play with Andre's brother who does my long-term stuff. And he's like, it's more than you probably should on just a commodity. I'm like, it's going high. And then I got out like in 2021 or something like that. I'm like, this is taking forever. Bitcoin's the new gold. And then right when I got out, it started cruising up. It was like 22 or something. I don't know what it was.
Job on Todd Hoffman. They hopefully they're back to digging. They better be digging dirt again.
Stop, Phil.
Hoffman, Todd.
Yeah, they better be digging dirt again.
Yeah. Remember when the Hoffmans went all the way down to South America? They went to Brazil. You're like, you did what? You shipped all that equipment down there, and they found nothing.
He's like, I watch that every week. Every week.
Yep. That was a fun show.
Oh, I had Parker Chevrolet on an email.
Order filled.
Back 6 years ago. Hey, you want to be a gold trader
Order
at
filled.
Topstep? Come here. I want to
Order
you can
submitted.
help people learn how to trade gold.
Order filled.
You're
Order
on a
filled.
show that
Hey,
mine's gold.
Order submitted.
Yeah.
You should tell me we could sell your gold before it's out of the
Order
ground.
filled.
Right.
Have
Yeah,
them show him how to hedge futures.
Couldn't wrap his head around it for some
He
reason.
replied and said, "I'm a long-term guy." I'm like, okay.
All right, buddy.
All right. Well, apparently you don't have a mobile phone up there because
That's what futures are for, dude. Locking your price.
click goodbye, buddy.
Anyways, let's get back to this. Again, house account is long 1 micro Bitcoin. We're taking that to the moon. Just showing you more product. We have more products than just ES and Q. Gold,
Crude just
crude,
sold
and
off
YM
$1.
here.
Stop filled.
Topstep. We got everything here.
68
Order.
and a half down to
Order
67.
Order
Just broke through
submitted.
67 and a half.
Order
We
filled.
also are seeing
Order
NASDAQ pulling
filled.
back a little bit from that 515 level, pulled back all the way to 465. This market has just been such a wild beast to trade. So just looking at this on the 1 minute chart here on my screen, you can see we pulled back from basically the daily open. We ticked above that ever so slightly, and now we just exhausted just below that prior 4-hour low, and now we are pushing back up. So this market has been giving us a lot of opportunities so long as you're on the good side of things here. And then looking at the S&Ps, we're seeing a very similar pattern. We came up to that 58, 51 level, not as clean as what I wanted to see all the way up to 58, 55. But this market, again, is giving a lot of opportunities as long as you're staying on your toes here.
Look at gold go. New all-time highs. Up and away. 27.76 new all-time highs. We got the gold chart
Gold
up.
is going to need a helmet to manage itself in space up here. My
Look at that.
goodness.
It is.
Oh my.
Look
It
at
is.
it go.
So the low in the NASDAQ right now is right around 20,430, which Coach Paul has a support level at that. Low is 431, 30 to 32. So a little bit of support from Coach Paul down at the current low in the NASDAQ. Getting a pretty good pullback off these lows. I'm kind of still short the NASDAQ as long as we stay below yesterday's session low, which is 486, which is right about the low of the opening range, which is 490.
See, I'm just waiting for 8 minutes. 8 minutes
Jolts.
remaining.
Wait for the numbers to come out.
Yeah, we got Joel.
Yeah,
Joel's
that's a really smart thing to do, Dakota. I know that you're not usually an events-driven trader, but since you've been trading here on fast markets, I feel like your style has adjusted a little bit. Can you talk about how much the events impact your trading now versus what it was about 6 months ago?
I'm a slow markets trader. I just want to make sure everyone knows that. I trade the Asian session. I like to hold trades overnight. I had 2 trades last night. One was a winner, one was a loser. I netted $400. Over the past, I would say 6 to 7 months, I've been trading the New York session a lot more. And yeah, an event like this, why would somebody want to get into a trade 7 minutes before a big news event when the market could be like absolutely no reason for these movements, in my opinion, on what, am I going to place a trade looking for a 30-point move here in the NASDAQ 7 minutes prior to a news event when anything can happen? We all know too well. I know too well. I got caught into a news event earlier this year. When I forgot to set my alarm clock, or I forgot to wake up, and a news event can move 100 points in a blink of an eye. And when you're in a live account, not a simulated account, there's this thing called slippage. And just because the market, hits your stop loss doesn't mean you're going to get that price. I've been filled, 30, 40 points at, worse than what my stop loss was. And when I'm getting into a 50 or a 5 contract trade, 30 points on 5 contracts, that's $3,000. That's $3,000 worth of slippage. I'm not going to be looking to
Worst trading days ever
100%.
was I was working. I was what I got slipped out. What was it slipped out? That wasn't 100 point slip out. That was like, because it was 100 points wide. The markets were literally Dow's trading 40,000 or 200, whatever. So 40,200 and 40,211 was typically how it would trade. This is also when I was trading 10,000. So just bear with me. And the markets were moving so much that it was 40,200 at 40,300. It was 100 ticks, 100 points. get filled. It was nuts.
Brutal.
That was and that was back
Order
in 08,
filled.
October. I was trading like 10,000 or 9,000 back then. 2008.
They have since corrected a lot of that slippage with having more liquidity providers in the market.
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons why they do that, is to protect against maximum slippage like that. Because if we had slippage like that, there would not be an opportunity to trade on brokers that allow you to have a lower margin requirement. For instance, Schwab Thinkorswim makes you have a margin requirement of intraday trading one single NASDAQ contract, sometimes of $30,000. If you're trading on a more boutique brokerage like AMP, they'll allow you in for $750 to $1,000 per NASDAQ mini contract.
Do you say Amp's boutique? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, AMP is huge. I get it. But, you know, you can call Dorman boutique. You can call AMP boutique. They're not major players like Tradeovate or Ninja Trader. You still call them a little bit boutique.
Yeah. Yeah.
Order submitted.
I just know. I know Dan over at AMP.
They're great. I think AMP is one of the best brokerages to use if you're going to be trading your own money. But I always caution trading your own money.
Yeah. I have to.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
I don't know.
Yeah, Michael?
Yes. We about worked with Dan a couple times. We about worked with Dan a couple times at Topstep. You know, not bad. I just we could never get anything to work. Never get anything to work. Okay.
How's that Bitcoin trade?
Yeah, how is it?
We're up $23.
We're up?
Boom.
Yeah, 22.
Just took out the high of the opening range in the S&Ps. Running towards it here in the NASDAQ.
It's all these 30s, man.
Dorman is not owned by Stage 5 now. Dorman is not owned by Stage 5. I know the Stage 5 guys. Anthony Giacomin. I know Danny Dorman. Yeah. Not that I know of, unless it's nil, but I think, yeah. Stage 5 good guys. Dorman good guys. I like those guys.
All right, let's get Robert. Robert, come on in. We got the top 5 live, and we got some XFL P&Ls. Come on in, Robert. We got a number here in 4 minutes. So let's get this going. What's up, Robert? Happy Tuesday.
All right. Knock, knock, knock going on here. We're going to bring up the live. I have my video up. I don't know if we can pull it up on there. There I am. Here I am. Can't stick around with this face. Hey, we're going to get this in and out real quick because we want to make sure we're out for the number. We have the live, top 5 live P&Ls coming up here. We have Nicholas at the top. 8107, Alexander G, 7629. There we go. Boy, these things are sluggish today. It must be a Tuesday, these computer systems here. Sean C, 5800, Travis L, 5095, and then Coach Dakota making the top 5 of $5,000. It seems that whenever we have these top 5, the traders, the live traders out of the top 5, they're generally over $5,000, and this seems to fit the bill right here. But we're going to have something coming up special on the big board for Coach Dakota, so make sure you stick around for the big board today. I'm going to change over to the XFA, top 5 XFA overlay here. Get that 1 second. While that is queuing up, only takes about 6 seconds, I'm going to comment on AMP. I do use AMP futures for my personal trading. Mr. Protect, they've been fabulous with me, but here's something that's kind of
I didn't say it, guys. You guys took it wrong. I said we tried to work things out with Dan for Topstep and just couldn't get things going. I don't know on their brokerage side. I don't broker with them. But I do hear good. I do hear good things. I'm just we tried to work things out and we couldn't get things working.
Reversal in crude.
There we go. Okay, so we have our top 5 XFAs coming up here, and there's going to be another surprise on this one as well. There we have it. Let's start off with number 5 this time. Riyadh H, 15,000. Tariq M, 16,000. Ren T, 17,000. Karthik N, 21,000. And Bush S, 23,000. These are XFAs, but there's one little caveat here. Number 2 on that board, Karthik N, is copy trading that account to 5 total. So the total P&L is $109,000, 615 yesterday. How about that for a day? And again, keep your eye on that big board. Stick around. We got a bunch of stuff happening for you. Those are the top 5 as we stand right now. We'll catch you back in a little while.
3 seconds.
Here it comes. So we are expecting to see the expectation for the JOLTS job openings at 8 million even. So listen for that number, 8 million even. I'll try to get it out as soon as possible.
Thank you, Reps. Pull back about $4 off the all-time highs last trade, 27.72. Again, all-time highs, 27.72.
Check your positions. Check your positions. 5 seconds.
Ladder's getting thin. Ladder is getting pretty thin here.
Wow. Then
Volatility.
7.44 million. 7.44 million is the Jolts job opening expectation.
there's your 30s. Hit right off your 38s. Your 38s is what? Yesterday's value point of control.
It was revised lower in the back months as well. Quits rate at 1.9.
Holy moly.
So we had a big spike up there all the way up to 537. Above that target that Hogue and I were talking about of 530. And we are rejecting off that level currently, waiting for that consumer confidence read to come out.
Michael with the point of control from yesterday. Nice call there, Michael.
It's just on the levels. So guys on the TopstepX platform, you can put Topstep levels on here. They're pretty good to have. And then you also have the on the very pin to the top of your chat, daily levels.
I just got some volatility kicking here. Dakota.
Did get that 3-bar reversal in crude oil. Right off a settlement.
Yeah, I see it. That was a beautiful one, Hogue.
Consumer confidence coming in at 108.7 versus a 99.5 estimate. So consumer confidence is much higher than expected.
Consumer is confident about it. All right, last trade 20,508. You guys got the house account open. We got Dakota. We got Rips taking trades. We got house account manager Hogue in the house. You guys do want to see? If you guys do see a trade, please holler it out. Jump on in. But right now, we got the NASDAQ trading 20,000, top out around 20,542. After the number released, that big consumer confidence number coming well above expectations. Yes, 58.54 last trade.
Daily levels.
If we're holding these 500s here in the NASDAQ, I do like taking a long for the break higher here.
Yep, I like the longs of the NASDAQ.
All right, long Michael Hogue.
This is starting to pull up here.
Right above the opening range high. Back inside the range from yesterday. Looked below it. We're back inside the range. I like the long. I like it.
530. I like the long here too.
Okay, 530. Break. Around 530, we've got 520.
I would say 5 contracts and 30 points of risk. About that, Dakota.
Yes. Yep.
Let's go.
Are we in it already now?
Yeah.
We got 5. We're long 5 from
preemptive, isn't it?
5 from 14.
I'm just waiting. I heard long, and you guys have not given me a price. I got long. I can get out anytime you guys want right now. We are up.
I like your trade right here, Michael. I like your trade.
No idea on the risk. That needs to be.
Risk is going to be 95 for me. 95, 495.
Love that.
Okay.
Pushing here. Long. House got long 5 contracts from 514.
Nice.
No, I would say add contracts if we break above 40s.
No, I covered it. Sorry.
Oh,
we're out.
We're in, then we're out when we were going to put it in because we were fumbled around. I have no clue what to do. I didn't want to have a position on. It went up and then it came down to about break even while we were talking. So I didn't want to have that until we.
I'm long from 32. I'm long 5 from 32.
Love it, Dakota.
Yeah, we didn't make money on it. Didn't make money on it though.
Are we in it in the house now?
70 to 80% long. 80% long, 76% long, 74%. Wow. This is a lot of people long right now. One direction, on tilt, very top of your screen, you'll see it, but actually the real time is on TopstepX.
TopstepX, just keeping up with the volatility, moving ever so smoothly. Right now. long in NASDAQ, 76% long in ES. House account flat. Besides that micro Bitcoin trade, you already know.
Don't like how we're hesitating here so much.
Yeah, I do see some orders capping off here, but we're also not seeing any sellers on the tape. Sellers will show up below 500, I believe, but we have to get down there first. I think we're just gathering liquidity for the move higher here. We are hitting that prior month high right now, and I think that's what the resistance point is. So I just think we need to gather a little bit of liquidity before we can start to see this thing boost like a rocket.
Yeah, I flat. That was minus $200. I'm going to wait for a better setup.
Andre, where are we? 5:30.
5:30. What do we do with these, Hogue? We're calling out prices. What do we do with these things?
530 is that level that we were talking about at the top of the stream. It's this big point of resistance. So if we do break above that 530 and actually hold above it, this can be a strong move for the market to the upside. However, I think what Hogue is suggesting, if we continue to reject under 530s here, I think it's a short.
Mm-hmm.
Hogue, we like a short?
It's dancing around this 530s, that's for sure.
Hogue, we like a short. Hogue, what do we do with these 530s? We're looking at the 530s last trade, 20,000, 530. What do we do with them? We got a heavy long tilt.
You take all the pressure. I kind of like
think, Andre, we are kind of. Go ahead.
Kind of like if we get a push above it and then pull back to it for a long.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Hogue. We are continuing to hold even above 510s here, so I think the longs are still in control.
Flat. Dakota, you in?
Yeah, I'm flat. I closed it out. I was waiting for a better price. I fumbled around at 522. Didn't get in. Should have, but there's always going to be more opportunities, better opportunities. This thing could break out and miss it. That's okay.
So watching this tilt, 83% long in the crude, 78% long NASDAQ right now. MP, you seeing this? Average price 518. They're in the money right now.
80%. They're all in the money. If it
Elon Musk is speaking live right now. He said that there's about a 10 to 20% chance that AI destroys humanity.
What?
Real headline.
Did he really?
Real headline.
Oh. Well, then why the hell am I getting in his robot taxi then? Jeez, come on. Not addicted to contradict himself. Yesterday I was pumping robot taxi.
What a hater.
Hey, I'll take those odds.
He said that.
I'm dead serious. 10 to 20% chance that, quote, AI goes bad.
Yeah, I watched Terminator 2.
That's a 5-to-1 RR.
That's a lot more than I want to hear. 10 to 20%. That's like 1 out of 5 times. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Also, when do you settle that bet?
Yeah, you really can't, Jack. Can you?
In the world,
I'll tell you what. I say there's a 50% chance.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? We're not settling. All right, we've got some sellers coming in here. 518s last trade, 20,000, 518. Smash those 530s.
We were. I'm going to annotate it, but we were 80% up here.
Yeah, we
so
were.
I just want to annotate it.
Again, I think that we are still looking for longs here because we just don't have the liquidity to break through this. We're not showing any real sellers on the tape, and I don't think they're going to show up until we dip below 500. Right now, I still like the long.
Still like the longs. Fair enough. Good decisiveness there, Rips. Looking along to the upside. Gold making new all-time highs. 27.79. Get your horns up. Pew, pew.
Kind of an air horn.
It was like an organ, yeah, like a church organ.
Whatever that was.
That was a church. That was a church organ. Michael,
Is that what your church has?
My church had an
Your
organ.
church has one.
You guys?
No, we had guitar. We had electric guitars and band.
Weird ass church. Your weird ass church.
No, it was great. I loved it.
That's so
Trinity
Nebraska.
Church.
I love it.
It was the weird.
We were mega
weirdest
church, man.
yeah.
Mega church. Then
Rock-
Joel
it was
came
a- It was a
out.
rock concert.
It was.
I know it was.
I grew up around that.
Last trade crude
Yes.
67.73. We got crude chopping around right now. Just see a sell off. Then we saw some buyers come in right after that number. pushing here 20,522 last trade in the Nasdaq. Jack, yeah, you want to come on in,
Yeah.
Jack? I think everyone's flat right now, so come on in, Jack.
Let's do a very happy Tuesday to you too, Andre. Thought we'd do a quick news here. Specifically, I talked this morning about bonds and the 10-year yields. First chart here, we breached that 4.3 level yield to July in the 10-year Treasury. This is the cash market we're looking at right now.
Oh boy.
That was my resistance line. The next one is up at that sort of double top there, which is around 4.48. Let's call it 4.5 is the next big level. And what's super interesting, you mentioned Bitcoin going to the moon. We talked about the DJT stock. A lot of this ties in with the possibility of the Trump trade for next week. I did as best I could here to try and overlay the polymarket odds of Trump winning the election over the 10-year yields here. And what's really surprising, like, this is some incredible stuff here, but that big spike and the initial drop off is the date that Biden dropped out of the election. So,
really,
this is not financial advice. I cannot emphasize it's not. But, you know, there's a lot of this politics betting. If you want the no limits stuff that's going to be going crazy on election.
Hold on. So tell me really quick. Biden drops out. Yeah. Are you trying to see the correlation between the 10-year and the presidential?
The odds of Trump winning and the 10-year Treasury yields.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, so tell me, let's say he's winning right now. Let's use that in our own polling minds right now. Does that mean the 10-year is doing what with that information?
There's a general feeling, I can't point, I say just trade the charts, but there's a general feeling among the bond investors that the yields would remain higher if Trump enacts some of the policies that he has said he is going to enact.
Which one specifically? Does it have anything? I'd be really curious on which ones.
I have to be very careful speaking here, Michael. But
we're reporting. You're reporting. Yeah, you're reporting.
Yeah, Jack, you're reporting, Jack.
Yeah,
anything that would be considered inflationary in the future would cause this to rise. So specifically, it's probably the tariffs. Now, I think there's a big question if Trump gets elected, if that even happens. It's a pretty drastic. It's a pretty drastic.
Where's the dictionary, Andre?
Yeah, we are pushing up, by the way.
Yeah.
I wish one of the analysts on there had mentioned something about that.
All right, so it's tariffs. That's pretty much what this is about. It was a tool that they used, I guess, in his presidential time, and he claimed they work. I don't know the details. I haven't dug into that. But tariffs sounds like his big the Republican, his big thing that they're going to use to control a lot of this, right? Try to get people to build factories here by tariffing the hell out of them.
That's the thought. We're going to get a pullback. Do we still like buying beneath 530s, guys? We can get another pullback. Do we still like the longs?
It's a bit messy right now.
It is a bit messy. It sounds like we missed a trade, but it doesn't look like we missed a trade whatsoever.
I love
so
the
give
longs.
us another chance. We like the longs. What price, Rips? Let's be decisive. Give us a price. What do we like?
Sure. 3 times the charm. Let's say if it pulls back towards 510, I like a long there.
You like the 510s? Let's buy the 510s, Michael. Work a bid in the 510s.
80% long right now in the NASDAQ. Minis will go 75% on average. No,
when did 510s trade?
You want to know what the funny thing is about tariffs?
Yes, go ahead. You know all about them.
Yeah, I do. I do.
Yeah. See, that's why I love these conversations, because we get people in here that talk about what might happen in the future and how you think. And Dakota, you would know because you deal with this stuff.
Yeah.
What would that do?
What a lot of people don't know is that people are smarter than what people give them credit for. And if they put, say, the add-on duties or tariffs on China, there's a lot of businesses in China who also has businesses in Vietnam. Sister companies where, hey, guess what? We'll just make that product in our neighboring country and we'll ship it from there and you don't have to pay tariffs. But then if you put tariffs on them, guess what? There's also a factory in Mexico that we could eliminate not only the trade agreement with Mexico. So, then there's no tariffs there. Let's make it there. Why make it in the United States where we have to pay $15 per hour compared to overseas where someone's willing to work for pennies on the dollar.
What's the peso right now? Peso's like the strongest it's been in. Peso's the strongest it's been in forever. We're becoming Mexico's like one of our biggest trade partners, right?
Yes,
and
yeah.
Growing.
This past 2 years, we've moved so much more business into Mexico. Like I've been working with Mexico every single day the past 2 years, just setting up factories, setting up supply chains, setting up freight lanes, and setting up everything. We're bringing a lot of tooling from China and Vietnam into Mexico for that exact reason.
Yeah, I was with a guy in a pool. It sounds weird. I just started with that last weekend, and he owns.
That's the story.
Yeah, that's the story. Taylor and Stitch is the name of the clothing company, and he was talking about how there's more. He's working with more factories now in Mexico, and we talked about that the trade relationship there because it's again you don't have to be on the water. Logistics and all that kind of stuff is point A to point B is a little shorter, of course.
Yep.
So that's why I think these conversations are gonna. That's really interesting that the 10 years playing off of a Republican win or Trump tariff talk.
Yep.
That's the assumption.
We are still holding these temporary lows just under 530 here in the NASDAQ. I still think that this thing is booling for a move to the upside.
Do we like a long right here, right now?
It's up to Dakota. He's a better trader than I am.
All right, Dakota.
I'm hands off for a
Thank
moment.
you very much.
Hands off for a
Thank you
moment.
very much.
Hands off.
I'm with Dakota on that.
Hands off. No trade.
I got people now asking me, why don't I bring them to the United States? It's not my decision. It's up to the companies. And why would they pay 50 cents per unit when they could get it for 15 cents per unit? They just pass it on to the consumer anyway.
I know. The whole thing's going to be passed on to the consumer.
That sounds like prices are going up. It sounds like prices go up.
It's like people are like, oh, well, let's eat it. Let's eat it, Tom. No.
Tom, it's always Tom with you.
Tom. What did Tom do to you, Michael?
Always Tom.
Tom and Little Johnny. It's just like a basic name. Like I'm Mike. Like Michael is a basic name. I'm not going to use Mike.
Pushing higher here in gold. We got 27. We got the clock. Hey, right now, right here. Let's do it. We got 5,400 people watching us on Topstep TV. Click subscribe. Let's get the party going. Right now, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James Hart in the house. Happy Tuesday. What's up, James? I like the name.
Hey, Andre. Happy Tuesday.
Mr. Longside. I like the title of the show today. Michael, can you guess the name of today's show? It's called Mr. Longside. Do you know what he's talking about?
I know Brandon Flowers is a great singer, and I always see
nothing against my Michael.
Let's go. I saw him recently walking through the casino at the Wynn.
Did you?
Oh, did you go to one? He did the 1 week residency or whatever.
I mean, I didn't go to the show, but I just saw him strolling through the casino. No security or anything.
Oh, I mean, I want him to play.
Stop there. I want him
here. I want to throw a big festival here in Aspen and have him play. It would just be incredible. I know that a buddy of mine who I'm going skiing with is he's like, oh, I'm friends with him. I'll introduce you. I'm like, what? You're friends with? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I did his house. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Yes, I definitely want to meet him. Yeah. So I definitely know the play off that.
Is that the guy that you were in the pool with swimming through sick lullabies by chance?
No, that was a guy that I met in the hot tub after the pool.
All right.
Alibis, Rip.
This is
the moment on those alibis.
Well done.
But yes, if you guys haven't heard, Topstep VIP, we're scouting, right? We're looking for more traders to join our next Topstep VIP teams in January. And if you're new to the stream, it's day one, you haven't heard what Topstep VIP is, well, let me tell you all about it. All right, as a Topstep VIP, you get 3 free months in a trading combine. In that free trading combine, you get 2 free resets a month, no activation fee once you pass and go to the Express Funded, and you get a private Discord chat room with your very own coach and all your other teammates. The way it works is we're going to be dropping lots of check-in forms between now and January when we fill out these teams. stay tuned. Bell to Bellers get priority. You know, those who check in the most forms between now and January will have the most opportunities to win. Think of it as going to a raffle. And for everyone in the chat asking, when are we going to do these VIP forms? When are they coming back? Well, how about right now? We're just pinning the VIP form in the chat right now.
Oh, there it is.
So be sure to click on it, fill it out, get your name in there for an opportunity to be on a Topstep VIP team. So
another one.
Stick around. Maybe we'll have more. Maybe we won't. You have to watch to find out.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
You have to lean into the conversation. Lean into the conversation.
Yeah.
Cheryl Sanders,
I like
lean
that.
in.
Well, hey, Alonzo, I told you this is Form 2. This is Form 2, Alonzo. It's only been 2 so far. You guys told Alonzo
I like
already
that.
done 2. This will be 2. What's up, Dakota?
I was going to say, I like the fact, and there's some traders like, oh, why do we have to fill out forms? Well, it's called being active. Some of the most successful traders I've seen here at Topstep that went through the program are the ones that are active in the community. They're willing to put forth the effort and learn, be involved, and go through that process. And part of that is this. The worst thing for a coach that I've seen, and I've talked to the other coaches, is a trader that shows up, they get the VIP, and they don't have any conversation. It's like, hey, I have 50 traders that I'm trying to work with and help, and 10 of them are just gone. They're like AFK, they don't talk, they don't speak. Next thing, they just drop out, they stop trading. But then there's like 10 or 15 that are very active in the Discord. They're very active in the community. They're taking full advantage. And those are the ones that are receiving the payouts. And you get the next message from like, hey, thank you. I just received my payout. It changed my life. And I use that money to open up my personal account. So I like that idea. It might be frustrating for some, but there's a reason behind it.
There's a reason. Coachable. You want people that are coachable and lean into the conversation. And you want to be with you. That's another thing too.
Yeah.
Just a heads up.
We are 10 minutes out, by the way, from the Dallas Fed Services activity, which is going to be coming out at the bottom of the hour here.
Gold is on an absolute tear, fellas. Just topped out 27.
We did see a nice rejection there underneath the 530s again, but we are kind of just chopping around in a range on the NASDAQ here, 510 all the way up to 545 or so. Will we break out? It's TBD.
Gold just keeps taking the elevator up.
Gold's up $20. Gold's up $20 in less than 2 hours. An absolute tear in gold.
$1,000 away is where I was long. I scratched it too. And then literally about, 3 months later, it was a long-term play. It broke 1,900, then it broke 2,000, and then it just never looked back.
Oh, it has not looked back. Let's trade in the NASDAQ 20,540. Oh, John Jones, don't. I do it all the time. Do not, John Jones. I do it all the time. 20,540. There we go. Pushing higher here in the NASDAQ 20,000.
Yeah, these longs are definitely paying off. Hats off to anybody who took those longs in the NASDAQ here.
For sure.
What was the risk? You those 95s you guys are talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, when we had that initial trade on that was scratched, I think that was the one to leave on.
Oh, yes, indeed. Looking at that, this is now 20,544 is definitely the price to leave on.
This is choppy price action.
I'm just looking at the prices.
It's still not as clean as I'd like it.
Pushing higher. I mean, here we go.
You can't argue with us just going up.
Bull behind you now, Dakota. Okay, I feel better. Finally.
Yeah, I switched it when we got in that trade.
Sure. Just making sure.
I'm curious, anybody in chat, did you get that long and hold that long there? That was a beautiful push all the way up here to now 565.
Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Overnight high. High is 54.
Go.
Nice.
Right.
See, I love to see that. Even if we don't get in the house account, seeing the chat get it is just as good.
Who in here is faded that move? And the move we were talking about was continuing above the 30s.
Tilt.
And then you would be fading tilt too. Tilt's 80%. Tilt's paying.
Tilt's
The longs are getting paid. Tilt just told us there's everybody and their sister's long.
YM on the move higher here. 42,641.
I use that one all the time too, Andre.
I know them all. I know them all at this point. Gold on an absolute tear, no looking back. Just lower prices in the rear view mirror in the gold. Tilt, heavy longs as well. Dakota rips. Looking for the moves to the upside here. S&Ps. Hogue, we have any upside targets? Rips. Okay, I'll go to Hogue. Hogue, we have any upside targets here in NASDAQ or SPOOs?
So, NASDAQ. In the profiles, we already hit the point of control from yesterday. Now we're above the point of control. I can certainly see value area high, which we're already at 57, 571s. We've got another naked point of control from Friday up here at 641. That would be my next visual target for continuation to the upside. Boy, it's going now, isn't
Now
it?
trading 580s in the NAS here.
Yep.
Yeah, we could see 600s back into yesterday's range.
80%. When the top takes, is this news driven? This is
Consumer confidence. That consumer confidence was really good.
%80 long. 77. Gold's what, Andre?
Gold's still cooking upside. Everything's moving higher. Everything's rallying.
Yeah.
Gold rallying. NASDAQ rallying. Crude rallying. I'm sorry, not crude. S&P's rallying and the Dow rallying as well. Right.
Bitcoin.
Hopefully rallying.
Coin trade.
Yeah.
Are we?
I don't know. Whoever you took it.
Yeah, I did it. I did a set and forget it.
It's good.
It's good for the next year.
20,600 insight. High of the day, 20,597. Look at the NASDAQ.
It would have been crazy if somebody on air called for this long. It would have been nuts.
It would have been.
It would have been crazier if we actually took it. It would have been crazier if we didn't hand it off to Dakota.
What was pretty cool was all of us was saying it, right? Me, you, Hogue. We were just looking like, looking long.
Yep.
It was interesting how the tape kind of flipped after those
Yeah.
days. And
Yeah, a Bitcoin, we bought 72,255s and sold 695s.
Nice.
That was close your eyes and buy on that one.
Mhm.
Just showing you guys you could trade Bitcoin. Micro Bitcoin. Micro.
20,592 last trade. Rips, I did hear you say you want to get long. We said hand it off to Dakota. Dakota said hands off. So we got to be a little bit more decisive. Ho, come on in, get this conversation going. We're looking to take trades here. Might be talking in circles a little bit here, fellas. Let's get in here and be decisive when pulling the trigger on these trades.
as much as I wanted to be in long, it was no trade for me. I tried in, I got chopped up right there, and then there was no clear setup for me. I just sometimes the way the cookie crumbles. I mean, outside of the one that we were trying to take, where I got in long, I closed it out, chop, and that would have, of course, been an amazing.
So the 30s was the dance. We had the 30s, the dance around the 30s, and we were saying, why was the 30s another interesting place? You can see it right here on the chart.
For it seems like weeks, it's just been very centrally located and provided some pretty good opportunities in both directions.
Indeed, last trade 20,560. Now 550s trade in the NASDAQ. We are rolling here, fellas. Got
Anybody see the next
169.
target? The measured move in gold all the way up at 28.76.
There's a 50-point sell-off.
Another $100 in gold to the upside.
I don't know if I want to buy it
Vicious. Vicious.
I know,
vicious
right?
pullback.
Right?
now. I know, man. Look at this. We're down in the 40s.
Jeez.
Or back
in
in
the 30s, maybe.
Somebody unplugged the market.
Holy
it was
fuck.
80%. It was 80 something percent up there. Like all those longs. So if you're it was 80%. And then you got that rip higher, you're thinking you're God's gift to trading and everything's going great. Now you're back at scratch. Now you're back at
here.
The high at the high of the session, and we took that out, and we've been holding above it
I'm
ever
short
since.
5 at 570.
Okay.
For 570s.
Yeah, I'm gonna. This is
you're
might be
looking
a.
for
What's your risk on that, Dakota?
So I'm gonna be risking right around 84, 80, 84, 86. I have my finger on the button. This is. It's a little bit of a riskier trade, as in less probable.
hey, let's pull the chat posters.
Oh, we're doing this. Back to the polls. Fire up the chat.
No, yeah, of course. We're always pulling. We want to get everybody's thoughts.
I like it.
We should be
What
doing
do we want, Michael? What do we want, Michael?
I want a hamburger, no a cheeseburger.
No, what do we want from the poll? What do we want in the poll?
You'll get nothing and like it.
Well, both you guys are. Everybody here's talking long. Everybody's talking short. And what's the chat think? Dance around technically, you'd say we're still around the 30 to 40 to 50 area. I mean, try to break out of it.
So here again, Dakota's short from 570.
Close out one there. Looking for a continuation back down into these 50s.
You can wait till we do the poll. We'll get the poll in there. Much easier to get consensus.
There we go. Poll VIP form is down. Poll is up. Chat, are you bullish, bearish, NQ? Bullish, bearish? No idea.
Let's put a time period on that.
I still like the longs, especially now since we pulled back to that 65. I really like the longs here.
Longs, okay.
Really loving these longs.
What price? Right here, right now?
I love the longs.
We don't have location for longs here.
The location, very good.
So no location for the chat. Folks are heavy on the 57% long too. They're bullish. Yeah.
All right. Can we get a pullback around the 60s? Can we get a pullback around the 60s? 20,577 last trade. Tilt, nothing really looking one way or another.
I mean, longs have been it's been long side bias all day for the most part. Yeah. If it's not been 50-50, it's been long side bias.
Has.
How about this? Who's long and who's short and who's flat? I should see if it matches the bias right now.
What do you think?
I am short at 580.
Okay.
It's a very cheap short, Dakota. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm not liking it. It's always making me a little bit nervous because we're holding. We're holding. Like Rip said, it's a lot of buyers stepping in.
Go.
Short flat. Just taking a pull in real time. It's like tilt.
It's like that's why I wanted to find out how close to tilt this is. Wow, we have a lot of people flat. 3% long. 53% long bias of open positions in the NASDAQ.
There's the Musk headline. There's the Musk on CNBC right now.
Who is what?
10 to 20% chance AI goes bad. I'm just seeing that what Rips was talking about. I'm seeing they're talking about on CNBC.
You know what?
Oh wow!
There's times
breaking news. That's wow. Do you guys?
Where'd that come from? Who brought that out?
See that?
How'd that get in there?
What?
Get off Dakota's screen. Do you see that game though?
You see that? Everybody. Wow, that's making.
Get off Dakota's screen. How did that happen?
That's not longevity. That's not a longevity stat, right?
Get out of here. How'd you just?
Yeah, the statisticians, the data sets, all that kind of stuff. I kind of sometimes roll my eyes at, and you'd be like, "Well, Michael, you're an idiot." Okay, fine. But I've also watched the next gen stats say the Bears are going to have an 80% win probability in
that's
the
garbage.
third quarter when
garbage.
they're ahead. It's garbage. I've seen it before.
Win probabilities are garbage.
Win probabilities are
garbage.
They make no sense.
None.
Yeah.
Dakota short from the 80s. Hogue likes you like the cheap short.
Just because it's cheap, even if it doesn't play out, it doesn't cost much.
Rips, you still bullish?
Super bullish here, especially if we get a pullback to around 55, triple fives.
Oh, okay.
Kind of just working this little channel. Dakota, are you looking for a scalp, or is it kind of something below the 500s now, or below the 30s?
I'm looking for the 50s. I'm looking for the 50s to come back into play. Struggling. The more time it sits here in the 80s, the more.
We have a volume shelf right here from 72 up to 80, and it's still just holding this volume shelf. So there's a good chance that we're just gathering liquidity for that move through the 600s.
Very convicted on these longs. I like it, Rips. A bit of a tug of war up here. MP, how do you read these? When you see the markets just chilling up here in the NQ,
I see it as growing
what
legs.
Do you see? Growing legs.
Well, in my history, I've always looked. I like the majority of the time, I always feel it grows legs. If it's hanging out on the highs of the range, it hasn't done a flush out, like rip out all the weak shorts to then actually take it lower.
I closed out at 2 right there at 68.
Good cheap trade.
Mm-hmm.
Two.
Yeah, still really strong. No follow through. Not the momentum we've seen earlier, where we just sold off like 70 points.
Yeah.
Still looking for these 50s to come into play.
Last trade in gold, 27.82, about $2 off the all-time highs and high of the day. Till we saw that heavy lean to about 78, 80% long in the NASDAQ. We did push higher.
Yep.
We got the poll up in the chat. We did have it. Oh, here we go. Chat, thank you. Dolby, are you long, short, or flat? Wow, 900 votes in no time. 900 votes in less than 2 minutes. That's impressive.
Oh, man, that was... I didn't like that. That was...
48% flat.
Oh,
Dakota's out.
almost got to that 562 level.
Yeah. What's gold looking at? What's Bitcoin looking at? These to the moon, Alice?
I
Yeah.
hope so.
Gold's going to
76.
Not today.
You know where that line came from?
Tell me, Michael.
The moon, Alice. Old show.
Honeymooners.
Yeah, the dude always yelling at the lady. Like it's just like with his fist at to the moon.
Alice.
I'm like,
different time, Michael. It was a different
very
time,
different
Michael.
time. Yeah, I was like, is that like a setup? As kind of,
It was Jackie
I don't
Gleason.
It was a different
I
time.
know who it was. Well, I don't know who it was, but yeah, I've heard of Jackie Gleason.
All right. I see Robert waiting here in the wings. We're kind of stalling out. If you guys do see a trade, please jump in at on a moment's notice.
I'm in a long
Robert,
now.
Ooh,
I want to be all long.
You get Dakota.
I got 84s. Not the best, right? 85 actually. I got 85.
What's the risk down there on the long side below the 50s?
Risk is at 62.
You got E4s risking 62. Okay. Fours. Need some more juice to push this higher. I got Robert. Robert, bring it here in 1 second. Let's see how this trade plays out.
See how it's doing what you're saying, Michael. It's just hanging at the highs here.
Hanging at the
waiting
highs.
for it to grow its legs, right?
These are tough because they can pull back,
Rip
stop
ya.
you out, and then take it right back, instantly be right back to the highs
Yep.
again, and then bust out. That's the scenario.
Yeah, that's out. That's out. Flat. This is just going
It's
to be
like
chopping
touch,
me
it's
up.
like touch and
It's
go.
going both direction. Yep.
Gotta go.
Right back down. So still only minus 1,000. Win some, lose some.
It sounds good. Robert, come on in here. We got some hot streaks. We got some top 5 payouts. Rips, nice call on the longs up there. If we do see another chance, please jump on in. But Robert, come on in. What do we got here?
All right, my 2 cents on that is take a look at the volume profile. Might give you a little bit more information on those low volume areas. Put it on the chart.
Order
But here we
submitted.
go. We have hot streaks. Guess who's number 1 on hot streaks?
Order
Take a stab at
filled.
it. Who is it? Delesh is still holding it on. There we go. 75 days, $850 in profit. And I did the quick math on that. Very simple math. Divided out, $11 average per day. We know we're just grandfathered Delesh in because we want everyone on this board here for the hot streaks to be payout eligible, which means $200 on 5 days, non-consecutive. So the rest of them, Mina N, $9,000, $9,334.39. Everyone on this list moved up one. That's an average daily of $239. Fair, 37 days consecutive, $9,500, average of $258. Vaishnav, 37, even with Fair. A little bit lower, $7,500 on the profits. That comes out to $203. And then we have Jonathan D on here, and that is 33 consecutive days. Again, everyone moved up $5,000. Comes out to an average over 33 days of $174. But Jonathan does qualify because he does have 5 days of over $200. So that's why he's on the board. We are going to switch over real quick. Let's get this out of the way. We're going over to the payouts. These are the top 5 payouts. And I have some notes taken down over here. Top 5. Tyson, 24,000. This is for yesterday, by the way. This is for yesterday. Peyton R, 22,000. Alex P, 22,000. Benjamin, 21. And Faye, 21. They are all over $20,000 for payouts on the day that is for yesterday. And if we want to do the over-under on the total amount of payouts, then I will tell you that it is over $1 million, but you got to go beyond that because I don't think we're going to break that streak. We're going to have $1 million a day, over that every day from now on. We've already did it last week. Every day consecutive for 5 days was over $1 million. I don't see that streak ending. What's the over-under on this one?
1.1.
Yeah, simply 1.1 is like the new normal. 1.6 in the chat. Nail this thing.
Ooh, it might be higher because it is a Monday, right?
Shoulder shrug from Rips. Rips is feeling it today, my man.
No. I know the number. Like, let's be real. I know the number. It's the Monday number. I know this number.
It's a little bit bigger usually on Mondays.
Yeah, let's fire it up. Let's see. We put it up on the screen.
1.3.
Average payout
$1.57. Wow. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, there you go. I have to make one comment on these top 5 payouts. That name that was up there, Faye, keep an eye on that. So we have a couple names to watch for the big board. We have Dakota to watch. We have Karthik to watch. We have Faye to watch. And we're going to have one more. I'm going to talk about Vincent once we get to the big board. So we'll be back in a little while, and we'll see you later.
Really quickly, we want to drop the stat on that one. What was the number? 1.3.
3.
Is that? I think it's top 5. The top 5. The top 5 payouts account for almost 9% of that. But just so everybody of the paid out yesterday.
Yes, top 5. It's actually 8.52%. You're correct, Michael.
Thank you.
Here we go. Coach Jay saying gold could be interesting at the 75. The sellers can't push below 75. That's long.
Target filled.
Push higher here in the NASDAQ, 20,577 last trade. Dakota, you are long?
And I'm still in a short. No, I'm in a short.
You're short.
From 74. Okay. Short from 74 right here.
The only thing I don't like about that is that we've seen a lot of bids showing up, Dakota, from 65 to 70. And if we're just looking at this from the auction theory standpoint, there's a lot of strong hands bidding this market still. Even though we haven't broken out yet, we're not showing being exhausted.
65 again. I'd close them out for profit right there at the 65, 67.
Order filled.
Dakota?
I'd be okay with 65, like Rip was saying,
Okay.
but this market's just chopping back and forth right here.
Yes, it is.
Buyers
Can you tell us what you see or what you saw to take this short, Dakota?
So over here on the 5-minute chart, you see how we rallied up, consolidated, it looked like we ran some stops, and we're kind of just consolidating back here. I'm really just looking for us to return back down to maybe 50s or 60s. And like Rips is saying, there's a lot. Buyers are just so strong, and we're chopping right back and forth in like this 10-point range. This is a rough trade. This is very, very rough. Where I'm wanting to just get in, get out, get in, out, and I've been chopped up a bit. You see, I'm minus $1,000. Not short, as long as short. This is tough. This is a tough market to trade. To be honest, I think the best decision here might be just to close this one out for a loss, and I might call it for my live account. But anyway,
Like wants to go. It's pushing here. It's pushing. 20,588. 100 tie of the day. 20,603. Coach Jay looking for perhaps a buy. Go ahead, Hogue.
No, just gonna say thank you, Dakota, for just kind of going through what you're seeing on this.
Yeah, in a consolidation zone right here.
It's tightening up. It is getting very quiet.
Yeah, bear bull flag.
Dorito Cool Ranch.
Only the best. Only the best. Crude last trade, $67.64. Saw some heavy tilts there in the crude as well. IP form has been pulled today. Don't worry, there's more coming over the week. There's more coming.
Top 5.
I mean, Halloween this week, right?
Halloween is this
in
week.
2 days. 2 days, we're gonna have Halloween.
Are you dressing up, Dakota?
As a big fat stop loss.
What does that look?
That's hilarious.
Scary.
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
That's a very scary thing. You're gonna scare a lot of traders.
I know. I have nightmares about that. Who has nightmares about trading? Who has had a nightmare about trading?
Oh, yeah. Open
I don't know if they're nightmares.
Oh, I have. Where you like, I
always
have
in the pit.
like hundreds size on that's like crazy, and then stuff like that. It's usually like if I have hundreds of lots on, like I've dreamt that.
I dream more about when I was a filling broker. I'd get an order to sell 1,000, and I'd turn into the pit, and there would be nobody in it to sell it to, and compliance is standing right next to me, and my customers going, "Am I filled? Am I filled?" I got nobody to sell it to.
That means you own it, right?
What about poll in chat? Have you had dreams about trading? You don't mind?
Yeah, who's had a dream here that they made? I've never had a dream that I just got some whirlwind trade and I'm toasting to who's on the beach and I'm on a boat. Name the movie. Yeah.
Looking good, Billy Ray.
Feeling good, Lewis. Name the movie. Not these guys here in chat. I've always taken heat.
They're always massive losers.
Yeah, massively funny. Yeah,
there you go. Have you had dreams about trading? Yes or no? Interesting to see. All right, last trade in gold. I know we got Coach Jay looking at gold. If we can get a pull back to 75s.
Come on, 30% of you have not. Then you're either just started trading.
Well, I think
usually it's like a year.
A lot. You don't think that's pretty good?
Yeah. Trading
Rips, have you ever dreamed about trading? You ever had a dream you wake up?
Have I ever had a dream about trading? I've had dreams about the big trades that I've had on. I've had dreams where I had a huge trade go my way and I woke up and that wasn't real. That's kind of a disappointment. I've never had nightmares about trading. I've had trouble sleeping when I have massive size on, like if I have a multi 6-figure position on, like in the options market or something like that. It can be a little bit troubling sleeping, but outside of that, we are testing potentially these 600s to the north side here. So still loving these levels.
And I did close out. I closed out at 89 minus 1,700. Okay.
Us, even on the 5-minute. Staying mid. Pullbacks have been what?
Take out that IB high here.
20 points.
15 points, maybe.
Except for a few. Yeah.
Had that big move straight up to 600, right back down to
off that number.
What was it? 620s, and now back up to 580s, and we're chopping around right here.
You can see, though, on these pullbacks, at least what I'm seeing is that we have still that heavy bid absorption that I was talking about for the last 15 minutes. Every single time that we're pulling back, we're finding huge bidders. So, again, that is a nice signal for the longs.
Rips likes the longs. Rips got the bull behind them.
70.
Right.
We are seeing some iceberg sell orders in the S&Ps, which seem to be struggling a little bit more than the NASDAQ. Right off the highs here, we've got maybe 1,000 within the top 2 handles in the S&Ps of sell iceberg orders, and there's icebergs below that as well. About another 1,000 as far as icebergs are there. There's somebody is placing offers in the S&Ps and just absorbing whatever anybody will take, whatever anybody will give them. Not seeing that in the NASDAQ.
I was leaving. Hogue, I was leaving it on my keyboard. That was me, actually.
What do we do?
Absorb all the come on.
That was you. Wow. Oh, man.
Somebody's doing it.
I tell you, I appreciate you guys expanding my horizons into the NASDAQ a little bit. NASDAQ has always just been too much, too nasty for me, but I'm starting to kind of enjoy it a little bit.
I mean, yeah.
Thanks, Colby.
No, it is not.
Love a good lazy river. We're just drifting higher here in the NASDAQ. We
Like
got the poll
roaring
results.
rapids.
1 minute, 700 votes back. Have you had dreams about trading? 67% say yes, they have. Good. 2 out of every 3 people. 50-50 on the tilt across the board. Looking at crude, 66, about the heaviest tilt long side, of course.
Tilt longs have been getting paid. The bias has been getting paid today. That's very interesting thus far.
Do break
80%.
hundreds. We could get to 650s pretty quick.
Yeah, 632.25 would be my target to the top side if we start to break out here.
632. $6.32 upside. I like it.
676. We have a level. 610. There's a level. Yesterday's value area high. It's a Hoagland. You put that in the daily level. 610. Value area high.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we got on the list here? And 6.32 upside. 530s were breached, Hogue. No looking back now.
No looking back.
Here we go.
It's looking more and more like we're going to break to the long side.
Mm-hmm. It's growing legs.
Yep.
It's looking very obvious, though.
That's usually not a good sign, is it? When it's too obvious, it doesn't work.
When it's too obvious. I'm just making points. I don't know, have any clear vision here.
Here we go.
Let's see.
Take out the idea.
Here we go.
See if we can.
The 610s, yesterday's value area high.
Here we go.
604s.
The idea just by a tick there.
With it.
I like 650s.
76 is up there that were, again, guys, daily levels on your charts that we have. Yesterday's high, 676, the NASDAQ, 20,676.
Yeah, that's extended trading hour high. Yep.
Okay.
A pullback, looking for a pullback perhaps, or is this something you just get into? If we're getting to 632 to 650s and we're trading 598, why not buy now, right? Dakota, you flip to a bull. You'll give us a price, you'll give us a risk.
This is just a messy market, man. This is just messy market. It's just by these little dips. Look at the 5 minute. I mean, it's just.
You got the IBI and hold above it to get the long.
Yeah, shout out to Dobie. It's been range. If you could trade the range right here.
S&P's just stuck in mud right now.
Yeah, it is.
58.67.
And
old.
You were right to lock it up, Rips. The first minute of the day, man.
Yeah, that was a good lockup.
And not deal with it.
Because this is little watch and paint dry.
Top of the hour coming up here in about 3 seconds. Hogue.
Here we go.
As we find out if we got the fail, and we just push higher.
Push your tens, coming to your tens.
Nope.
Got to hold above the IB high.
Oh, this failed upside.
IB high, 603. Got to hold above that.
Wow. Is that a little stop? Was that a little stop run right there? Just
It was
rejected.
So we do have an auction coming up, I believe, right here and now, a 4 and 8 week bill. No, that's just an announcement. Sorry. I thought it was the auction. We have an auction coming at the bottom of the hour. It's a 2-year FRN auction.
That?
Is that all she wrote, Hogue? All right, we're asking a lot of questions. We're not getting a lot of answers right now. We'll keep that open-ended for now. Let's go to what do we got here?
Now we got a failed upside auction in the in the NASDAQ.
Do we?
Now.
We're short.
Be preemptive because we just turned to 10 o'clock here.
P, what are you thinking over there? What are you thinking?
This is who?
We're looking here.
I'm brain dead.
Same. There's nothing for me. It's
I still like the longs.
barcoding up until the right.
What, right here, right now, Hogue? Or Rips, right here, right now?
I will not change my opinion on that. I love the longs.
All right. Thank you for that answer. Good decisiveness. All right. 27.81 last trade in gold. Can we keep pushing higher here? ES still stuck in mud. 20,594. Somewhat short, somewhat longs. We roll over here in the YM. 42,583. YM. Nothing looking on really on the tilt right now.
72. I mean, the pullback's been tops 20. Mm-hmm.
2005A7.
There it is.
Man, what a market.
Upside auction.
What a market.
Thank you, James.
It's been 50-50 on tilt since all the longs got out of the settlement of the tilt. 7. Yeah, we're going this long journey. We're taking the long journey. Oh, were you waiting for me? Oh, okay. I don't.
No, I'm just. No.
Hey, it's dancing pretty late to the party on their highs, but continuing on the long buys is what we're saying. But I need to know a risk here.
We're long 5.
Yeah, from 600, 99 evens.
All right.
80.
Let's get above 03 and hold above that. That's the ID high. If we can start extending the range above that, we're going to be sitting pretty.
81s is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I see initially, yes.
We got 99s on the nose.
Can always add too if you pull back to anything below 90.
Get out and push. Get out and push.
Somebody else is using that line in here too. I saw a few people using that line. John, you got your passing on that line. We used to always say that too. Is that a pit line? People used to say it. Yeah, it's a pit line. Get out and push. Mike. This is my mentor. Gleason, if you're listening, probably you aren't. You are. Learn a lot from you. He used to hit me in the ribs. Like, boom, right here. We were right next to each other. I'd be like, 80 bid. And I'm like, he'd hit me in the ribs. I'm like, what? He's like, dude, you're trading like shit today. Go take a break. And he would just, like, it was painful. He was like a brute force. He was a football player, came from college football.
Well, their dad,
tough love.
Their dad was the head football coach at Loyola Academy. And Kevin Gleason, his brother, was probably
it's the biggest and the best. It's a live account. You are a prop trader. You're a professional in the lights of the CME because you're paying professional data fees, which we're going to start to. I'll talk about that later when we have some different changes. But I'll talk about that later when we have some different changes. But the end of the rainbow for you here at Topstep is never sitting on sim forever. If you're a good trader, you will go to our funded account. We've been doing this since 2010, taking thousands of traders live on live funded prop accounts, strictly proprietary capital. Topstep funded our prop firm.
Right on, Michael. So I will leave you with that and let you guys finish out the show. Great trading during this session.
Oh, Michael. Dakota. Any thoughts, Dakota?
My mistake was not bringing popcorn. That's what it was. I should have just said, hey, I'm going to take this L, lock up, go get some popcorn, and enjoy the rest of the show.
What a
I'm
Tuesday.
having a blast.
Why would you want popcorn when you get a nice bowl of Lucky Charms?
All right. All right. It's that time of day. Fast markets, appreciations. Boy, we have a lot to be appreciative for today. We got profits. We got people getting called up from live fund. We're seeing $1.3 million in payouts. Boy, there's a lot to be appreciative for. I love these group of people here. I love the chat. Anyways, we like to start off with the chat. What are you thankful for today? Let us know in the chat. It's a positive way to get the trading session going. So, chat, boy, you want to go first, Michael? Michael, please.
I appreciate just having fun. You got to be calling this fun. There's nothing personal here. There's no your mama jokes. Come on, everything's just having fun. We put a trade on today. We talked about the trades. We watched paint dry. We had a good time. We had an old school trader that's new school coach coming in here. All that stuff to me is glass half full, positive, fun trading, fun community. I enjoy it.
All right, Hogue. You've seen some fun. You've seen some fisticuffs. You've seen a little people getting each other's faces in the pits back in your day. Hogue, what are you appreciative for today?
Well, of course, as always, my God, my family, my country, and being quick enough to avoid some of those swings that were coming at me, the trading pit. I was just quick enough to not get punched, but I really appreciate the fact that I've been able to stay in this business for as long as I have. And a long, fun, fabulous, scary, terrifying, and exhilarating ride. Loving every minute of it still. So appreciate that. Appreciate all of you.
Write a book, Hogue, Topstep. You saw it, S&P, Topstep. Sure. We'll throw two. We're going to save rips for the best for last. We got Dakota. Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
I can't eat popcorn yet. Still recovering from my wisdom teeth. But thankful my girlfriend. She's the one that drove me back from dentist and then put up with some crazy stuff while I was on medicine. But I don't. Maybe I might not have survived last week if it was for that.
Thank you, Dakota. Thank you, Dakota.
Andre, we have to send him some Garrett's popcorn. Some Chicago popcorn.
Chicago mix. The Chicago mix, indeed. Absolutely. All right, Mr. Rips, what do you appreciate for before calling out some really badass trades today? What's up, Rips?
Yeah, very cool.
I mean, I think I have to be thankful for everybody here on stage. You know, I noticed that we have just 4 rock stars up here. We got Dakota, we got MP, we got Andre. We don't have any leprechaun artists up here, which is wonderful. And it's fantastic sharing the stage with such wonderful killers here. And of course, the community and everybody who tunes in every single day to Topstep TV. I appreciate you all. And it was great, nailing those longs there. And it was a fantastic day of trade. I really appreciate it.
All right,
and for behind Dre, I'm just Dre.
Go ahead, Michael.
And for behind the scenes, you guys can tune in to Twitter later as this party continues between Rips and the other guy.
Keep this party going. And I'm very appreciative. I'm appreciative for these markets that continue to move. I'm appreciative for all the cast of characters that we got. So many personalities. At the end of the day, everyone's just super passionate about this industry, super passionate about markets. There's a lot of knowledgeable people. Sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong. But at the end of the day, we're all passionate. We all care to see everyone, each other, succeed in the end. But with that being said, we're bringing back an oldie but a goodie. We got Mr. Isaac Rivera joining us on Power Players coming up next. I cannot wait. Jack in the house as well. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
13-point target expectation at that point. But ATR has kind of just been dropping off, and we're currently sitting at 5. We'll just call it 5. So we barely have a 10-point target expectancy for a trade in any direction right now. Not big tick energy, to say the least.
Big tick energy out of NVIDIA right now, as Mohammed points out.
We got.
It's been trending up, like Mohammed saying, and tell me you would short that. So yes, if you're short, we know who not to cry to.
Let me see this NVIDIA chart real quick. Oh, wow. Yeah, not short. All right, so we are seeing gold trying to make another push to the upside here. We did bring out the air horn, new all-time highs in gold last trade, 27.80. High of the day at all-time highs, 27.84. Crude, or NASDAQ looks to be running out of steam a little bit, pushing higher here. High of the day, 20,644 last trade, 20,620.
Just about 1.5 off the high of the day in the ES. Entering the lunch hour. It's lunch in New York. They're down 3-0 in the baseball series.
Come on, why you had to bring that up? Of course, I am secondary. So I come from a house divided. Mom is a Mets fan. One of my brothers also leans towards the Mets as well, but the rest of us are Yankees fans. Yeah, the backup is always the Tampa Bay Rays, though.
The D-Rays? Yeah, oh, they're not the D-Rays. They're just the Rays now. Isaac, I'm seeing some stuff. I'm seeing some comments in here about you have a practice account up right now. Is that true? No, the live account's not open today?
No, you guys can see I'm in the exact same trade on my live. Actually, technically, I have worse pricing on my live. I'm 1 point lower. I'm in at 64 on my live, in at 65. I'm trying to promote and acclimate and become a pretty much master TopstepX. I've been on Tradeovate for a few years now. I've been on I was on NinjaTrader before that. I'm really trying. So I'm really contemplating just closing out my existing live account, taking the money that's in there, and then for the new year, transitioning 100% to TopstepX. So as long as things go well, not that they haven't been, they've been going really well. And this is why I'm thinking about this. As long as things continue to go well, I'm really looking forward to some of the releases and the improvements to TopstepX. I look like I'm going to be taking my live talents over to TopstepX here shortly. So the thing is, I use this TopstepX practice account. I have 2 computers running. So I have you guys on one computer. I have everything else on another computer. Just for latency, right? Connectivity, streaming on the Discord, I use that practice account. Also, because then once I lock myself out for the day, as far as, like realized gains or losses, we can continue trading our big tick energy setups on this practice account.
Gotcha. So you're transitioning. You're working your way over to TopstepX. I got you. Very good. Very good. Probably smart with a way to do it, actually.
Maybe. I don't see why not, man. TopstepX is great, and it's getting better and better.
There we go.
I like the tease.
57% long in the tilt in the ES, 50-50 in the NASDAQ. Lunchtime numbers. All right.
Yep, we're at that 20,632. 632 is Rip's upside target. We did top out at 644, but 632. I know Hogue like 650s to the upside. All right, ES pushing higher here. We're just grinding higher here, Isaac. I'm not sure. The shorts are probably good. It looks like shorts are in trouble right now. Look at the tilt. Yeah, 50-50, like Jack was saying, the tilt in ES and the NQ. We're just kind of grinding higher here. Jack, perhaps I guess we look for where do we get in, right? How do we approach a market like this with the house account?
I don't think we
I
got
don't
to
know.
force it.
Personally, I still like shorts up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I'm still short. I mean, I haven't gotten stopped out, but we're getting really, really, really close.
I see some buyers. I'm taking a look at the calendar. Do we have anything coming up? We do have a 7-year auction at the top of the hour. Then we have some big earnings after the bell. Alphabet, Visa, AMD, just to name a few. But again, top of the hour, we have 7-year auction. There's no trade right now, Jack. Anything going on in the bonds? We did breach 4.32. We did breach the 4.3%.
I'll take Isaac here for a small. We can do a taster in the ES if we get some of that pricing again to get short a few. I'm thinking maybe short 3 is a total position, Andre.
I'm sorry, say that one more time, Jack. I apologize.
Thinking about getting short in the ES to go along with Isaac here. We'll see if we get filled on that. We're selling off a little bit here.
Okay, I like that.
But
yeah, and what we're seeing is we're really just seeing rejection at the value high from yesterday, right? So that's why if that fails, then the only other area that we have to get short, because what a lot of people are probably neglecting is we have the 15-minute and the 30-minute moving average acting as support. And then, we had the 5-minute and the 15, 5-minute and the 30 acting as support. We crossed over the 15, and that's when we saw that 12 o'clock rally. The S&P was catching a bid right around noon. It was when we crossed over that 15-minute. So we have the 60-minute moving average sitting just above, and it's right around that session high from yesterday. So that would really be the cheapest short that you could possibly get, would be up at that moving average on the 60-minute. If that fails, then we are just going to continue off even higher. So the trend is your friend. At the end of the day, we are still in a bull trend. I was telling my team earlier, I kind of wanted to take this short with 3 contracts, but because it was counter trend, that's how you offset some of that risk. You take it with a little bit less size.
Right.
All right. We are selling off just a little bit here.
Yeah, we are. Jack, let me know if you get the prices. Chat is just... Sorry, I got to focus on what's going on in these markets. Chat is just electric right now, Jack.
Chat will tell you to buy and sell. Yeah, no, I know it's electric. But this is WWE, baby.
This is
Remember, we're here for the charts first, chat second. Charts first, chat second. I 100%. Mean,
Isaac,
they're here to ask questions and provide feedback, so I'm here for it. But the trade is most important because I am in this trade on my live account, and that's
100%. Isaac, 100%. Maybe joining here with you, Isaac. People were making sure concerned after the hurricane. Can you give us an update? How are things? It looks like you are in one piece, most important. But how's everything else going in regards to the hurricane? How's the cleanup going? How's everything going over by you?
Yeah, man. So I'm going to be putting some stuff up on my Instagram stories from Sunday. I've been slammed pretty much since Monday hit and just haven't had an opportunity to update content. But I went out to Siesta Key, which is obviously the beach town here in Sarasota. I live downtown. I'm about 10 minutes away from one beach and 15 minutes from another. And it was nice because it's through the chaos, right, to still have the ability to just drive 10, 15 minutes out and go to one of the best beaches in the country is really awesome. But it was really heartbreaking to see so many first floors, 2 houses. And of course, if the house is just 1 story, see so many houses down to the studs, carports ripped off, roofs ripped off, fences everywhere. And I thought that this many weeks in, that we would have a lot less debris on the streets. FEMA's been rolling through here with trucks, and there's still so much trash. It's really heartbreaking. But it's kind of like suffering well, right? If you are going to suffer a little bit, at least we're doing it, one of the most beautiful places, in my opinion, in the country, right? Sarasota, Florida. But it was rough, man. I lost my carport. I have a garage and then I have a carport attached to it. And that just and crazy enough, I was underneath the carport outside with my brother when it got ripped off.
Why?
Really stupid decision. Really stupid.
Why were you
Because something came off, and we were going to bring it inside the garage to keep it from damaging anyone else's stuff or my stuff. And went out there, and it just ripped off when I was under. I came in. My mom was with me. Her husband was with me. My brother. And I said, none of us are going back outside for anything. That's it. We're locking it down. We're in here for the rest of the storm. I was walking around during the eye of the storm and just assessing the damage, and it wasn't too bad. I was just like, okay, this wasn't too bad that first half. And then power hour came around after the eye went by, and it beat us the hell up. It was crazy. I hadn't experienced a hurricane like that in probably 10 years. So, but thankfully I'm okay, and that's the most important thing.
That is the most important. We're short 2 ES, 71 3/4 right now. Going to go up to 3 if we get a little higher here, just to join the fun.
Right. Yeah, house account short 2 ES, from 5871.75. Nice job. House account is up on the day quite nicely.
What?
Yeah, Trent just called out John Hoagland in the chat. I was about to do the same. I know, John, I know you come down to Florida, not too far from me for vacation. Next time you're coming down, I would love to meet with you. If it doesn't happen here, then I'll be there and visit you.
So what do we want to risk on this if we get around here?
Well, Isaac likes
What's your entry?
Isaac did
79s?
I believe Isaac, we are short from 71.
79 would be the best. Yeah, if you're short 71, then in a 10-point stop, right? 81, you would be in the clear because the point where I was cheapest short that you can get. So if that fails, we're running up higher. And again, because it's trend both in the long term and in term, we pretty over what a 40-point initial balance. Do it with a little bit less size, open that stop up a little bit. If it's anything more than 10 points, then it's just going to run up even higher.
Okay. Like that. So we're short. So where we have the risk at, Jack?
I got within 1 minute stop. I don't like that.
Yeah, what's up?
Where do we go? We went to 79s on the stop for now.
Right now, I have them sitting at 81s, 79, 81s.
That works.
So right now with 2. So if we got filled on 3, we'd be risking about $1,500 in the trade.
Okay. Take a look at Topstep daily levels, 71s.
I like that. We got a BISC at 73, 600 contracts at 73. All right, that's not terrible. Big liquidity block from 74 half, 75 quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, liquidity block. It just shifted by the day. And then we got those 650 coming at 73. So it could be either people looking to exit right around 73, or that could be people looking to get short.
Okay. Isaac, I want to get your thoughts on something. What are your thoughts on Robinhood entering the future space? Did we lose Isaac?
He's there. He's just thinking about it. Well, what do you think, Andre? What do you think about Robinhood in the future space?
I think it's wild, man. I think it's wild. I think it's just going to blow this thing up. I think it's just bringing more retail into the space, and I think it's going to drive volume. I'm sure the CME cannot wait for this, and I'm sure they're loving it. And I think they're going to realize what real trading looks like, not just stock picking. Whereas your GMEs, your Reddit stocks, or your AMCs and things like that, they're going to realize what real trading is, what real markets are, what real auction theory is like, and how to actually read charts instead of just reading Reddit posts. Some dude out there just posting, memes and GIFs out there of like what to do with stocks. You're actually going to learn market fundamentals. So I think on the overall, it's rising tide, rises all ships. I think that's kind of what it's going to be. I think it's going to be a good thing overall. What do you think?
I mean, I think so too. I mean, futures kind of have right, and like futures are kind of having just took the Series 3. Futures can be a little bit scary, I think, to people at first, just because I'm taking something in the future and it's a contract on something. But hopefully that helps it. Hopefully people aren't YOLOing stuff on Robinhood either. That would be bad news.
They're going to learn really quick.
Yeah. I mean, same thing can obviously happen in options. But Andre, it's just you and me, my man. How are you doing?
I'm doing
now it's your time to talk. How are you doing, Andre? That was a hell of a fast markets.
That was a hell of a fast markets. Nice trade. People are fired up. That trade could have gone 2 ways. Whoever was right and whoever was going to be wrong was not going to hear the end of it. I can only imagine what's going on in the Twitter sphere right now. We'll be continuing on for the rest of the day. I have no idea what's going on over there just yet. I'm sure people are tuning in. I did see we have Danny's trades in the chat today. We got Isaac Rivera back on Power Players today. We had Mr. PW out of Florida going off on the Twitter. We had Rips in the house going nuts here on Topstep TV. It's been a lot of fun. I do say so myself. Good trading, though. I think at the end of the day, everyone just wants to make money together. Yes, things do get a little bit personal. It gets personal because there's a lot of egos involved. But like Hoop and Hogue we're talking about, this is nothing new in the pits. You see people duking out. You just heard about a story about two brothers. One punched one brother in the face and got taken on a stretcher. I mean, this is pretty much what's going on. Oh, look at this.
I'll just be happy. I just don't want to be the one catching strays on the side with my dumb mug and like a Twitter shot of like, look at these morons. I don't deserve that. I haven't done this.
No, Jack, you seem to stay above the fray on this stuff. But I'm certain you are eating your popcorn while this is all going on. But let me ask you about that, Jack. We'll take them behind the curtain, pull back the curtain a little bit here. How should we approach this on Topstep TV? Should we embrace the quote unquote drama? Should we steer away from it? What should we do here?
Well, first, let me take a look at our
selling
position. Yeah.
Isaac.
What do you think, Chat? Do I stay in this? Everyone was like half long, half short. You got the tilt right now, 50-50.
Look at this. What's our unrealized?
We're up 387.
Yeah. Oh, London close coming up. Hey, alert. London close 1 minute. London close in 1 minute. Still adjusting. Could see some profit taking here.
Oh, yeah. They got the goofy clock thing going on.
Yeah. Not about that. 10 seconds. Euro close, everybody.
Come on, Euro close.
Take your profits. Come back to VWAP. All right, let's see what happens here. All right, Europe has closed. So yeah, chat, let us know what you think. But yeah, Jack, what should we do? Should we discourage it, encourage it, embrace it, shun it? What should we do? Micah says embrace the beef.
Yeah, I just don't want to get involved too much. I don't know any of these people personally.
You know, that's the thing.
That's why I'm bad for that. They made me start a Twitter like from my Topstep, like not my personal.
Too,
so now
Jack.
I got to post on that. So I'm about to be in it.
Me too. I'm just like, at Topstep Dre. Go follow mine on my X at Topstep Dre.
I'll post mine once I actually make a tweet. Haven't done that yet.
I haven't made a tweet yet. I'm still setting up the page, but at Topstep Dre. I never thought those words would come out of my mouth, but here we are.
Yep. Dre, the social media starlet. All right, taking a walk around the markets right now. Yes, obviously just up a tad. NASDAQ, NQ's up 0.5%. Looking around the Mag 7, Apple off a tad. Everything else up besides Tesla, which has obviously been mooning recently and taking a little breather back below 260, 256.80 in Tesla. All right, I'm going to take one of these because we lost Isaac, and that was his trade.
It was. Good call. Isaac, come back. I forgot we had Isaac. Isaac, this is your moment. He's got to be freaking out right now. He's like, man, he's probably yelling at
Sell
someone.
Sell more.
Who kicked the cord? Who ruined this? Don't worry, Isaac. We'll have you back on. This is a nice trade call. I think Isaac is short from... What do we have him short from here?
Short from 70,
65.
was it? 65. So
we got a better price, but that's because of Isaac. Oh, jeez, Hungus, you found me. Yeah, at Topstep Dre. Give me a follow there. I appreciate it. We started to ramp that thing up. There's Isaac. I see you. All right, Isaac.
See if I can
get you back in here. There you are, because we're starting to sell off in the ES. We definitely want to get you back in here.
I just switched stuff around. Let me know if you guys got the let me know if you guys can still also see my charts.
We'll let you know.
I think I got them sharing.
Gabe will let you know. Well, what do you think? We're back to your entry.
Yeah.
We are.
And
just again seeing some of that weakness up there at initial balance high, that's a good sign. The delta was also positive 3,200 last I checked. We're at a negative 1,000 now, so that could be indications that we just really lost some steam up there, and that we could start selling off.
There's a little drop in rejection there.
Again, Europe just closed 2 minutes ago. Just your clocks there. NASDAQ seen some sellers too. Do you have a price target, downside target here, Isaac, in the shorts? You said you were convicted. You were taking heat, but we did not hit your stop. You're convicted in your shorts. We are back. You are in the green right now, unrealized. Do you have a downside target right now, Isaac?
Yep, I have my limit order set at 41 quarter, 841 quarter.
Ooh,
841. Okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit higher than the initial balance low. I mean, it's big tick energy for a reason. What's crazy is that it's not even that big. It's like 20 points. It's like 20, 25 points. It's not big at all. But, in the range that we've had recently, going into, guys, it's election week next week, right? This sideways trading, yes, we've been like in an 80 to 90 point range overall. But when you really think about it, that indecision should be expected because we have no idea what's going to be happening going into the election. So we're just really trading sideways.
Yeah, and then with the rates story too, somebody asked for the rates update. Right now we got the 10 years trading 4.333 in the cash market for the yield. I have been surprised that has not weighed more on stocks.
Agree. Hey, Jack, what were you saying this morning in fast markets about the correlation between the president and the yields? One policy is going to be more inflationary than the other, therefore the Treasury is kind of pricing that in. Did I understand that?
With no judgment on the policies, the bond market is going to predict what it thinks. And if you're putting in a Trump victory and he does what he says he's going to do as far as tariffs, etc., those tend to be inflationary policies. Hence, Gabe, if you still have that image back there I did early where I laid over the poly market over the 10-year yield, we could throw that up.
Let me just get that in here real quick for you, Jack. I got you.
Thank you.
And Jack, what was your entry real quick while we're waiting on him? Where did you get in exactly?
We got in, I took one off, so it changed it. I think we got in at around 71, 3/4, something like that.
Oh, no. There he is.
So at 85/4, you needed to move your stop to, at 65/4, which is where we're at now, you need to move your stop to 67/4 and lock in those 4.5 points. This 60 area is really critical. I don't know if you guys recall, I was saying in the chat that there was a lot of unfinished business there from Friday, and then some unfinished business there as well yesterday. You could see it in the volume profile with some value gaps in the value area. So you could see earlier, specifically at 11:10. At 11:10, we went down to that area, that 60 area. And then that's when we kind of just, touched it 3 or 4 times before making that little rally going into lunch hour. So ideally, what we'd like to see is a break under 60, then a move back up to retest it as resistance. If it holds, then that's where we should see that 15 to 20 point flush to the downside. So, but with you being my trailing rules for any of my executions is always once we're 6.5 points into the money, we move our stop to 4.5 points into the money and we lock in those 4.5 points.
Sounds good. Points. I have to stop at 68 right now.
Stop at 68. We are locking in profits. We cannot lose money on this trade.
I like 67/4 more.
You know what?
What's the difference? What's the difference, Isaac? Are you just messing with us? What's the difference?
No. I'm dead serious. It's exactly 4.5 points from the entry. It's the rules of the rules.
Okay, I love it. This is your process. You stick to this process every time, Isaac. No exceptions.
Yep. Always a 10-point stop from my entries. We pick out our levels. We have 3 different setups that we can take in the big tick energy strategy. And if one of the setups, one of the setups present themselves, we execute as long as, there's no news hitting the wire or anything like that in the next coming minutes. Otherwise, we'll forego it. But we are also pulling up to the 1-minute moving average as well, which just so happens to be sitting coincidentally right around that 60 to 62 area. Again, I want to see us go under 60, come back up to retest it from below. And if it holds as resistance, we should be pulling down quite a bit. And to be honest, with ATR as bad as it is and volume as bad as it is, I'd probably be looking to bring that target up to 48. So I'm going to go ahead and drag my limit order for my target up to, we'll make it 47.75 even. So I just adjusted my target as well, just because a bigger target expectation is just not realistic, especially not during lunch hour. You're already starting to see some of that run up. So.
You like 67/4 for the stop there?
Yeah, absolutely. Based on your entry.
Okay.
Now we have stop at 67 quarter. That's always a good feeling. It's tight.
Yeah, and you can see, look, we came down to that 1 minute moving average, and we are
Target
finding
filled.
support. No sense in giving money back. If you were, think about it, on 2 contracts, this is for the traders that are on here trying to pass combines, grow XFAs, maintain funded. The house account's a little bit different, right? But percentages are still the same. The only thing that changes is the scale. With 2 contracts, there's no reason why you should be up $650 on a trade and take home less than $450 on that same position. No reason at all.
All right. Well, we got stopped there. We can add 469 to the House Live P&L there. Nice trade suggestion.
All right. What was that trade good for?
$69 on 2 ES. We didn't get filled. I was scaling into it to try and get up to 3. We got the first 2. It happens, but we'll be happy with that.
So obviously I trade a lot of small size. And look, we're already up at 68. So where did you have your stop originally? You had it at 68, right?
I mean, originally we started all the way back up at, what was it? Like,
almost 80.
81.
Like 79 or 81 or something.
While you were cut off, I just kind of moved it to break even and kind of scooted it down a few, but good call there.
Yeah.
We would have lost another hundo. Or
3 ticks. Yeah, exactly. Another 3 ticks, and every dollar counts, right? Like, I don't scale in, I don't scale out. I'm either all in or all out. I have predetermined exits for the stop every single time. And then I have clear, defined trade management rules that, again, you get into that entry, you don't cut out early, you don't open stop up, we never move to break even.
Order submitted.
There's no point, right? If you're going to move that stop, you're moving it legitimately in the green. Anything negative or positive 300 or less, that's a flat day or a flat trade for me. So anything in excess of 300 is a winner or a loser. So that's why, from that entry, once we have 6.5 points worth of green, we got to lock in 4.5. That way, the only 2 outcomes are you either make a little bit or you make a little bit more.
Like that. Hey, Isaac, why no scaling in? Why no scaling out? Why all in, all out? Why is that part of your rules?
This is all about perspective, right? But, like, because, for example, some people think that a 10-point stop is outrageous in the sense that it's enormous. Other people think that it's tiny. And even if we're talking about the ES, obviously for the NQ, it's a completely different ballgame. Basically, you got to multiply my perspective by 3.5 for the NQ. The way that I look at it is that, I'm either looking for a 10, 20, 30, or 40-point target, and it's always a 10-point stop. It's not a lot of size, right? I'm just looking to just either use 2, 3, or 4 contracts depending on the risk at hand, right, in the current market environment. And I commit. Really, the only thing that will make me cut a trade or really tighten up my stop is news. For those of you guys that are in live accounts, you know that this is the case. There's no point in tightening up a stop going into news because you're probably going to experience slippage anyway. So, at that point, you probably just want to cut it, especially if you're in the green going into news. Just lock it down and walk away.
I like that, Isaac. Isaac, not going to lie.
Nice.
Good to have you back, man. It's really good to have you back.
Order
Good to be
submitted.
back, man. I think summer, this cigar that Mick sent me, it's burning nice. Look at this ash.
Oh, Mick got
that
you.
ash.
Very nice.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
it's a day
That's a
trader.
big nice. Yes,
Yeah,
I was
look,
over I was in the office, saw his box of very expensive cigars. I'm glad you are enjoying one. We'll make sure to pass that along. Is Mick joining us on Shoulder Tap today? Or
I think today's is a Ben day.
Ben day. Excellent.
Mick has been a busy boy between his Series 3 and 30s.
Yes, he has.
I believe it.
He has.
So I have
Pushing
that
higher
image.
here, fellas. Yeah,
Going
please
back
go
to
ahead,
the
Jack.
bonds real quick. Gabe has it up there where I overlaid the 10-year yield in the cash market versus the sort of transparent. Those are the poly market odds. I won't go into the distortions with that, but basically you can kind of see that spike and drop is right when Biden dropped out of the race. And you can see how since then it's kind of tracked with the 10-year. And I think the idea is that people are positioning themselves for a slightly higher yields if Trump's elected. Now, once again, like I said earlier, not financial advice. My kid has this book called Bumping Buffalo about this buffalo that goes out looking for trouble. I think on next week, election night, the next couple days after, the place that one would go looking for trouble is in the bond market because this could change very quickly depending on what's going on in the moment. I think the moral of the story is don't go finding trouble. Find it.
especially with Bumping Buffalo. Bumping Buffalo seems like a rambunctious one, Jack.
You want to know what happens to him? Bumping Buffalo, he bumps everything. They tell him not to go looking for trouble. He goes into a cave full of wild dogs, and they bite him and chase him.
Oh, no.
Let that be a lesson to everyone out there in Twitter beefs.
You heard that, Isaac.
Don't go looking for trouble.
Don't go looking for trouble. Wild dogs. You won't find it. Thank you, Jack. Well, we did see that pullback. We saw what we thought was going to be looks like we're pushing higher here in the NASDAQ, about 13 points off the highs. Right when the Euro closing bell rung, did see some profit taking, but the buyers did step back in and say, "Yep, here's our pullback in the NQ." So we're about 16 points off the highs there. Last trade, 20,628. Yes, obviously a bit slower today. Not as volatile, tighter ranges. Last trade, 58.68. Isaac, you're still in this trade, right?
I am. Just can't seem so. A couple people that are in my group, they got slightly cheaper pricing than me. They got in at like 65, 66, 67. Yeah. So they hit that 6.5 trail hours ago, like hour and a half ago. So some of my traders are done for the day, locked it down, unfortunately. You know, they like to lean on my levels, right, and get slightly cheaper pricing than me. So I almost had an opportunity. I came within 2 ticks. I could have been done for the day, $800 up in all the accounts. But unfortunately, I'm still just chugging along in this trade, hoping that we can get a decent enough pullback so that I can at the very least trail and walk away. But of course, the better thing would be to just run all the way down to my target. But when does the market want to be easy and cooperate with us? Never.
That would make this no fun, Isaac, right? It's hard.
Never.
No, I'm kidding. We got the tilt here. Look at 76% long in the crude right now. Last trade, $67.17. Again, we've seen heavy tilts in crude oil. You were going to say, Isaac, if this was easy, everyone would do it. What were you going to say there?
Oak says it's the hardest, easiest thing to do. It's the hardest, easy thing to do is trading.
Hardest way to make an easy dollar, I believe, something along those lines. Yes,
something like that. It's
very
but
true.
I have a much lower expectation for price in the intermediate term, closer to the end of the week. We're really just fighting. If you guys got my chart up, we're fighting with this 15-minute moving average. We've been a couple points above, a couple points below. But I think what's most important is that right at the open, you could see my lower level for the day down here at 58.28, and that's really close to the bottom of a trend channel on the daily chart. So you could see I got my lower level down here. I got my upper level right here around 59.60, and then this extended area of interest to the downside. We opened immediately at the open. We made a run down to fill this gap from Friday afternoon, right? We opened up here Sunday night going into Monday, okay? My level played out yesterday at the close, right? So settlement was right around there. And we filled that gap, ran up, hit my upper level, and then we hit my extended area of interest to the upside, which is this purple box, not once, but twice. So if this 15-minute moving average can hold as resistance and we can close under that by 1 o'clock, I think we could spend the next 3 hours of the day going toward that initial balanced low and possibly even the bottom of this trend channel on the daily chart. And I'll get that pulled up here in a second. I learned this about TopstepX recently, and I like this. So here on my 1,000 tick chart, I can open this up. And then if I flip this chart to a daily,
see this.
Boom, there's my trend channel.
Oh,
so there's the daily chart. You could see how this moving average has held beautifully in the intermediate and long term. And if I zoom out some more so it's easier on the eyes, you can really just see how much day after day we've just been slowly drifting higher, but not meaningfully, again, expected going into the election. And, targeting the bottom of this trend channel, I think by like Thursday, Friday, we could end up seeing that. But who am I? I don't know much about this stuff.
Just the guy.
Leaderboard, Isaac. I'm told you're number 80 on the leaderboard. Did you know that?
Nice.
You know you're on number 80 on the.
Think so.
Yes, top 100 in the house. We've got thousands and thousands and thousands of traders. You're the top 100 trader right here on Topstep TV. Give us a like. Give us a follow at Topstep TV on X. We'll give Jack a follow on Topstep or on Twitter.
I haven't tweeted, Jack, and I may not. I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, you do. Yes, you do.
No, I literally don't. I know I don't tweet on either, man. But here, let me look it up.
Jack. Topstep Jack. Topstep. JP,
Topstep.
Topstep.
I don't even think I have Topstep in it.
Isaac, you want to tell us about your socials while we're at it?
Yeah, it's go to Isaac, I think, on everything. So go_to_Isaac. Obviously, my Discord is linked in my bio, but most of everything that I do is on Instagram. I did X basically for Topstep and for the Discord. I think we got a YouTube and a TikTok opened up as well. There's going to be a lot of content that's going to be created both for my trading and for my business endeavors outside of trading as well.
Love it, man. We're finding you, Jack.
Yeah, no, my one that I'm going to be using. So they're saying yes, I have at Jack Pelzer, but that's just my personal, and I haven't. You can check. I haven't tweeted in years. It's at producer Jack P. Is going to be my Topstep one, and if I start deciding to get like saucy and get into this, that's where it's going to be.
Right.
Meanwhile, what do you think in the ES right now? If we test the highs again, Isaac, are you still? Obviously, you're short right now. From our position, are we looking for another rejection there, or thinking if we knock on it, maybe we're going through this time?
The absolute cheapest short, again, that I would get in at would be somewhere between 80 and 84. That's the absolute cheapest short. And at that point, I'd be stopped on this particular trade. Again, we're fighting with the 15-minute moving average. We're fighting with point of control and value high. Yesterday's range as a whole, the entire session was so tiny. The value area is even tinier. So there's just a few points in between point of control and value high. We've been dancing around there for what seems like eternity right now. But if it can't hold and we can't break outside of value, then obviously, like I said, we're dumping. If not, we got one more opportunity to get in for a really, really cheap short up at the top of yesterday's session highs, which is right around where my stop is right now in this particular trade. ATR just keeps dropping. Transactionally, if you pull up a 1,000 tick chart, there's not a lot of bars forming, so we just don't really have the volume or the liquidity that we need right now. But that's why I wanted you to trail out of that trade, because again, it's part of my rules. At 6.5 points, we trail to 4.5 points, and just seeing that 5-minute moving average down below, the potential for that to hold as support, which is right in line with today's upper level for me. I think that was good trade management on your part to go ahead and lock in those gains. 4.5 points during lunch hour is a good little snack. And look, we're running higher. We're right up to 71s, looking at 72
Yeah, we
now.
are.
We'll see if as people get back from lunch. Yeah, we see if people come back from lunch, we start to get a little bit of uptick in volume and then get some movement.
Yeah, slow market's got to be a little more see money, take money, as we say, with the shorts.
New highs here. I'm pushing higher here than NASDAQ. New highs, 20,650, Jack. 654 high of the day. Nice cover on that ES trade. Nice job, guys. Way to tuck that out. Locking in profits. Isaac and Jack just collaborating on a nice winning trade there.
Great stuff from Isaac. Checking in on our 7 stocks that rule the world. Apple now positive. Leader today is Meta, up 1.6%. Yeah, lunch. We're coming within a point of the high of the day here in the ES.
Yeah, let's take a look at the hourly chart real quick. We look at the hourly chart. I'm going to go ahead and reset this. Or reset the view at least. Right? Look, we've just been range bound. You can see all these white dots are all my upper level and lower level for every single session, and we determined that before the open every single day. We are approaching that 60-minute moving average now. And if that doesn't hold as resistance, then we're going to break outside of it, and then we're going to be running a little bit higher. But again, talking about the fact that we're going into the election next week, I think that this really, really sideways trading is not unusual. And considering how tight these days have been and how range bound we've been, I love how big our initial balance range is for the day. And so far, the session range is pretty decent as well, especially coming off of a day like yesterday. I was happy to be able to lock in $800 yesterday, given how tiny of a range that was trading 2 contracts.
Is your stop at 75 there?
Let's see. No, it's not. Let me see.
That got close, Jack.
It's about to get stopped out.
Yeah. Well,
One
32
tick away.
yeah. 32 innovators bought that 74 3/4. Time will tell.
32 innovators. What's your problem?
One tick.
Or one big innovator.
Very indeed. All right, so Mag 7's pushing higher here. Again, we got earnings after the bell. We also have a 7-year auction in about 7 minutes. Alphabet, Visa, AMD after the bell. So into the semiconductor space. All right, 73, 58, 73, 74 is now 58, 74 trades. High of the day, 58, 74 in the orders.
One thing to note.
NQ short.
We had really positive JOLTS info. Even though it came in lower than the forecast, it was still positive overall. And then consumer confidence was really strong too. So I think that's why we had that turnaround that we had after the open. Once we filled that gap, we ran up. And once that news came out, that's when we ran up to that extended area of interest to the upside. So without any other news hitting the wire, whether it's scheduled or something unexpected, this could just end up being a zombie rally day all the way through power hour. So we'll see. I don't like having my stops so close to that 60-minute moving average, but it is what it is. I'm not going to open it up. I'm not going to add an additional 4 or 5 points worth of risk unnecessarily. I can always get back in.
Yes, you can. Jack, you were saying?
Well, I don't think we're going to see the 80s in the next 2 minutes to do another short here. So we're probably done trading for now in the house account until after the lunch hour.
Today. 2 trades today, 2 wins. 11. So far, still good. We're going to be very,
Michael
very
had the Bitcoin trade, too.
Oh, that's right. Are we still in that
rogue.
thing? I forgot about the Bitcoin. Are we still in that?
I think so.
The Bitcoin.
You said I forgot
one micro.
I forgot about that Bitcoin trade. Oh, how could I forget about Bitcoin? Oh, let's see what's going on in Bitcoin here. Oh, wow, we're trading.
We are not in that trade, by the way. That trade is flattened.
Not
good.
Yeah.
We can throw it in the portfolio with the Chewy and the GME.
Isaac, do you ever mess with crypto? You ever get in the crypto stuff?
No, never have, and probably never will.
I'm with you. I'm not against it, but like,
I just don't understand it.
Best of luck.
The majority of the cryptocurrencies are it's all speculative. There's really no fundamentals to it. It's way too influenced by like tweets and, people of interest, I guess we'll say, right? Like, Elon Musk or Andrew Tate or Patrick Whelan could say one thing and just, send it skyrocketing in either direction. So like that to me is just too much risk exposure from appetite. I don't trade anything other than the S&P. We'll just leave it at that.
I like it. Hey, stick to one thing. It's because what you know, right? You stick to know, you understand the personality, you understand what the fundamentals are, you understand who the market participants are. And that's, I think that's huge. People, we see on Shoulder Tab, which is coming up next. You'll see on some of these trading cards, people are trading 5, 6, 7, 8 different markets. And good on you if you can do it. How can you understand the personality? Tactical trades are technical trades, but something to be said about understanding who the market participants are, the fundamentals, and how news events drive those markets. But I am looking forward to...
I never learned how to juggle. You were asking me right before I got disconnected about Robinhood, and I like that because I think it gives people an opportunity, whether with a little bit of an account size or something sizable. It gives you the opportunity to swing trade, right? You don't get that with most prop firms, obviously not here at Topstep. So if you are looking at things, intermediate moves, right? You're trying to catch big trends, right? Whether it's up or down, it gives you, I think, a relatively safe environment to be able to do that. So I have my personal account that I do some swing trading in. And I think that I'm toying with the idea. I had Robinhood before, so I still have an account over there, but I'm thinking about throwing some funds in there and post-election doing some swing trading.
Nice. All right. Well, we are coming up on time. We do have a show. Isaac, I want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'm very, very happy to have you back. You are going to be a regular here on Topstep TV. Stay focused on the markets. You don't get down in the mud with all the drama going on out there, man. Stay in these markets.
Never.
Great trades, great trade suggestion in the house account. Jack, we got Short Tap coming up next. Isaac, any last words you want to say before we get out of here?
No. I'm glad that I'm back. I'm looking forward to being back on. I'll keep you guys updated in the chat a little bit later on this particular trade. Like I said, I missed my stop limit by 1 tick. We'll see if they want to push higher. We got to really watch that 15-minute and that 60-minute moving average. I still have a bearish sentiment for this week going into the election, but like I said, what do I know, right? Who am I?
Right.
But it's always fun trading, always fun coming on here, hanging out with you guys, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah. Go give Isaac a follow on his socials. Yes, Isaac, it's great to have you back. We'll talk off after the bell today, and we'll see how we get you back on a little bit more. Anyways, we got Shoulder Tap coming up with this guy right here, Mr. Jack himself. Go follow him on Twitter, by the way. Everyone go hackle him on Twitter saying, Jack, you are Mr. Shoulder Tap himself. Anyways, it's Top Step TV. We got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Let's go.
Order submitted. Order filled.
What's up, everybody? How's it going today? I'm back, do a little shoulder tap, joined by my good friend, colleague, and risk manager, Ben. Ben, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing well. I caught a little bit of the broadcast so far today. It's been awfully fiery. Lots of takes being fired all over the place. So it's been interesting. And something else. Give a quick comment on the live traders appear relatively dormant. There's a lot less live account activity than normal. So I don't know if that's in anticipation of news at the end of the week. The election coming up, but. Noticed that early on this morning and is kind of maintained. Generally we have significantly more live traders active than today. So maybe that's a good sign. I think, if you're not seeing things well, not trading is always an option. So it's, pretty divergent today. Not as many traders in live.
Yeah, honestly, not a terrible idea. We had a little spike here in the 10-year notes, bringing that yield right back down to about 4.3. We're pushing highs right now, or they're right thereabouts in the ES, probably the NQ too if I look at it. But do you mean that there are fewer traders trading, or they're trading the same number of traders trading less size?
Fewer number of traders trading today.
Fewer number of traders trading.
Yeah, fewer number of traders active today, which is somewhat rare to see. So significant that it kind of stood out to me first thing this morning. So I think that's a positive thing. Again, no one's got a gun to your head. No one's forcing you to trade, and so if you decide to take the day off, that's generally a good idea, unless there's some reason setup you were tracking or otherwise.
We did. Okay, so the second time we knocked on those previous highs there from where we took the short in the last segment, we busted through new highs in the ES, around 58.81, 3/4. Well, with that, Ben, not many traders trading, but how are those that are trading doing?
Those that are trading, I would say distribution's a little bit more red, more traders red than green, but there are some definitely some bright spots today. The house account being one of them. Blended, the house account's up 7,200. That's the best P&L we've seen there in a good amount of time. Rips up 2,700. Got up early and stayed there in his live account. Deanna up 500. Deanna's been trading very well, her live account lately. Dakota was green this morning, ended up red at last check. Has not quite hit the daily loss limit, but is close at down 2,700. Faye, All-Star Faye is at $10,400. Can't say enough about her and her trading. Incredibly consistent. Jack, here's an interesting stat for you. She is in a 50K account size, and she has made to date $50,000 of profit for the month of October. Trading gold in her live account. So, I think that's a testament to position sizing. She's limited to 5 contracts. You don't need a large number of contracts and futures to make significant gains. Faye is proof of that. Took $23,000 in a payout yesterday. So super proud of her. Excited to see how she ends the month. And Michael T up 4,500. Nicholas also on somewhat of a heater the last few days, up 5,100 today. George up 3,300. Dylan took the DLL after being green. Thing with Karan, that was a pretty sharp turnaround, unfortunately. And then Balkaran, a name that a live trader of ours who's been in the program for a while, should be pretty familiar to our regular viewers, is up 6,200. His P&L has been just steadily marching higher for hours now. So very impressed with Balkaran's trading today. Want to make sure he locks that up. So like I said, some bright spots. Always want to talk about who's doing well, but definitely some red traders on the boards today, and quite a few who sat out entirely. So that's your live trader update. We can move into the trading cards. If you're ready, Jack.
You missed one big one. And if I had a bottle of champagne, I might go to my mini fridge and get a, what do you call those, a high noon, and shotgun it right now, because I just look at the reports from yesterday and something happened that hasn't happened in a long time. Susan made $4,600 end of day in her account. The streak is over. Susan did what she said she was going to do and locked it out at 5K. I am so happy. This rivals the birth of my first child, Ben. Honestly, I am elated right now. It's like those joining late report newspaper headlines tomorrow. Susan made $5,000 yesterday in her account.
Right.
She now has 2 winning days out of 39. I don't care. It happened. This is awesome.
You're right about that, Jack. And there's many negatives or things to improve upon, within her trading, obviously, based for everyone who's been following this. Very, very obvious room for improvement within her trading. I think the biggest highlight for me is she is adept at making many multiples of her daily loss limit in a given day, right? She's in this 50K account size. She's got a $1,000 daily loss limit. And so many of those days since the fabled $41,000 profitable day have been significant profits, right? 5, 7, 10, and 2 separate occasions she was up $14,000 or more. Yeah. So, and ended up, giving that back. So it's really just about, in this instance, we had to enforce that, had to, manually lock her out. And, she knows that that's part of the deal at this point. And being her live account, we want to make sure that she's cinching up profits as she acquires them, because that's been such a hurdle. For a lot of traders, the hurdle is prior to that, right? It's not actually being able to make multiples of your loss limit or of your, your reward not outweighing your risk in a significant level. Susan doesn't really have that problem. Her problem is walking away with it by the end of the day. So that's what we're working on with Susan. Yeah, yesterday was a major improvement, and we continue to look for those profitable days from her going forward. With that said, we got our Susan update in for the day. Let's move to our first trading card, Jack. We've got Peter up. And little birdie told me that Peter was on the broadcast, has been on the broadcast recently, was on Friday. So feel free to go back and watch Peter's segment on Topstep TV from last Friday. This was really cool digging into this trader's information, because I walked away from analyzing this report with the feeling of encouragement, because I think there is such an easy fix to really increase that average daily P&L number. So we've got 49 trading days completed in this account. And so often, Jack, when we see, especially traders who are trading, the larger products, the E-mini size S&P is what Peter's trading, to have an average daily P&L of $54 means that we are probably, floating right around the same, level day in and day out. Of course, there's positive drift, right? You are seeing profitability over time, but it's not, I'm sure, to the degree that Peter would like to see. And I think there's room to really increase that number substantially. So we'll talk about the recommendations there, but winning day percentage right down the middle, 51%. Winning trade percentage compared to the reward over risk is what really stood out to me. Almost a 30% winning trade percentage is incredible when you factor that he's making almost 5 for every 1 that he is risking. That is a profitable formula. That's really impressive, frankly. And Peter has I think the hard part of trading down, thinking about risk first. So many traders think about profits first, and that is leads to the downfall intraday and long term of a lot of traders. But Peter really has the risk first mindset down as far as I'm concerned. The average losing day for this trader, let me make sure I have it correct, is at just shy of the daily loss limit. The average winning day is above, but that comes back to the account management that we've talked about a couple times this week, Jack. The trade management is structured in a way that is profitable, that will yield profits. I think the difficult part is, leaning so much into the daily loss limit, using that as a backstop, feeling comfortable going there, like we've talked about before, just because it's a number that's out there that you're aware of, related to your profits and losses. So the best winning days that this trader has have very little drawdown. And that's why at the very last bullet point we have here, cutting your daily loss limit will improve the profitability of this account. I went back, there's almost, including today, 50 trading days to review. A lot of data. The top 10 trading days that this trader had would not have been nullified by cutting the daily loss limit in half.
Yeah.
So when you look at, what is your P&L low for the day compared to what did you end up at? The days that he's made significant money is usually in drawdown very little, less than $1,000. And so, sometimes there are traders, Jack, where we see, they might, if their daily loss limit is $3,000, if their daily loss limit is $3,000, they might have a P&L low of $2,000 and then end up recovering, right? They draw down first and then end up taking a profitable day. Not this trader. His best days is usually green or slightly red right away and then continues to build off of that. So again, lots of things here tell me that he is right on the precipice of real significant profitability. Already taken $10,600 in payouts across 3 different payouts. So there's proof of concept here, obviously, but I don't know a single trader that wouldn't like to be more profitable. And I think there is a really big leap forward that Peter can make simply by trimming that daily loss limit, whether that's doing it manually, monitoring yourself intraday, or putting an actual structural stop for the account. As a live trader, that's something that the risk team can help you with. We can go in and change the value of your loss limit to ensure that you're not exceeding that number intraday. So encouraged by what I've seen because I think there's a lot of juice left to squeeze out of this trading. But overall, he's been profitable and has taken payouts. He's already shown that he can do the dance. It's about how much more juice can we squeeze out of that lemon. I think there's more in there, Jack. What do you see when you look at this trade report?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's start by saying usually, we scout the people we bring on TV by seeing how they're doing in their accounts. And he's taken, as I said, $10,600 in payouts out of this. And it's pretty good performance. There's something going on here under the hood with, I don't know if it's how he's sizing or scaling into things because, if you have a 28% winning trade percentage with a 4.7 to 1 risk reward, you should be pretty profitable. So there might be something, I'd have to think about it for a little bit. But yeah, slight changes. As you said, that's why I look a lot at these trade reports at just the results for the day, because that we have to be flat at the end of the day. So that is a good indication of what's happening. And what I see here is willing to lose that 3K loss limit, but there isn't very consistent, but there isn't any banner day. There's no day on here that I'm thinking because they have the ability to do this, they should be comfortable risking 3K. I don't see that. In fact, it's sort of an unusual report for someone with these stats. I would have totally expected this to be someone who had a real low reward to risk ratio and a very high winning trade percentage. So yeah, I think definitely cut down on the risk here. That would be a good place to start. But still, doing well, taking payouts. Pleasure to have on TV. So you got this, Peter.
Yeah, he's doing great, and really looking forward to the small adjustments, and what those will yield. A lot of traders, we have a program designed to help bring traders in and grow them and give them a low risk environment to hone and sharpen their skills and learn about trading for that matter. These live traders are further down the line of that journey. They have proven themselves and are in a live funded account, but a lot of traders need big turns of the dial to make those changes and those improvements. I think Peter is at a spot where we only need to move that dial just a little bit to see some significant additions to the profitability. Ultimately, we want to see that average daily P&L move up towards $200, $300, or $400. I think that's entirely possible with what this trader is doing, and a lot of that can come out of the loss limits. So that's what we got there. Let's move on to the next trading card. next up, we've got Eric. Eric V. Eric is one of our longest tenured and active live accounts. Eric has been in this account for 93 days with an average daily P&L of $215. You can do that math for yourself.
That's good.
Really impressed. Yeah, really impressed with the way Eric's been able to manage this account over time. The theme for today is keeping your loss limit smaller than what the daily loss limit actually is, and imposing that for yourself. Peter did that well, and Eric does that very well. Average losing day is almost half of the daily loss limit. And that risk first trading is really what has led to his longevity in this account and the ability to stick around for, those banner days, as you put it. Winning day percentage, 62%. Winning trade percentage is 56%. He isn't taking a ton of trades per day. He's scalping the NASDAQ rather successfully. He's trading the E-mini NASDAQ, and the hold times are, pretty small, 8 minutes on the winners and 3 minutes on the losers. But he's picking a spot. He's putting on the appropriate size for him, and he's taking profits in greater quantities than losses. The formula doesn't have to be a lot more complicated than that, and he's more than proven that out. I would like to see, especially now that he's more than eclipsed the 30 winning trading days, Eric can take a payout from this account anytime he wants. He could take a payout every day this week if he'd like to. Would love to see him, especially after some recent profits, to book another payout. So far, he's taken one payout totaling $10,000 in this account, but again, has been in the account for going on 100 days, which is quite a period of time. So, Eric, if you're listening, again, super impressed with what you're doing. Don't have any critiques other than make sure you're, paying yourself along the way as you succeed. One thing I really appreciated, Jack, there's a real gem on this trade report. I know it's a tremendous amount of data to look through, but the best winning day that he had was a day where he took a single trade with slightly greater size than normal. To me, that says confidence, that says maturity in someone's trading when they can put one trade on, similar to how they do every other day, recognizing that maybe the conditions are better in this instance than others, and simply adding the size rather than a average of 2 lots per trade. In this case, it was 5 up and down, and booked $7,758 that day.
4 minutes and 51 seconds.
In 4 minutes. Really, really fantastic. And again, I'm not surprised seeing that from someone that, shows they're trading risk first, sticking around for those home run opportunities. That's what the professionals do. And I would categorize Eric as a professional trader, proving it in his live account. So, tons to review here, Jack. Anything that leaps out at you that I didn't cover?
I mean, you're right. This is a really solid card. And scalping gets tossed around. These aren't, minutes in eternity in the NASDAQ. The average trade times are more than a couple minutes. Some days 7 minutes, 10 minutes, things like that. That's a long time in the NASDAQ. What I love about this, after 90 days, a lot of these cards, and I'll be upright about this, ultimately, I understand the goal for everyone is to make money out of these accounts. But the cards that I like the most are, hey, if somebody presented me with this trade report and was like, hey, just give me some amount of money to trade for you, like you would at a old school prop firm or something like that, I'd be tempted here because there's not a ton of dispersion of the results. I'm not going to see 9 days of drawdowns and a YOLO and CPI or something like that. This is really consistent stuff. And you're right. After 30 days of winners like this, he could take it all and leave. I don't think he should, but just throwing that out there. Also, like the sizing. A lot of times we say this guy's very selective with his trades. They're short term, but this very much isn't someone who we're like, oh, he's an NQ scalper. He trades 15 lots and trades 800 contracts a day back and forth.
Right.
It's probably not going to work in the live account. I got news for you. Probably not going to happen. This is just 1 or 2 trades a day, or maybe a little bit more, but a handful. Yeah, great card.
Yeah,
St. Petersburg.
most definitely. And one last thing, Jack. I think I mentioned this earlier in the week when we were on, or it may have been the end of last week. But as the days and the weeks roll on, and the account history for some of our live traders builds and builds, Eric being a shining example of that. I'm really impressed with not just our live traders as a whole, but the entire system that we've cultivated here, and VIP being one of the latest additions of that. This is a place for you to come in a low risk environment and grow your trading and improve, and then ultimately get funded in trading Topstep's money so that you don't have to trade your own. I've just been blown away for whatever. It seems like every day I'm looking at these cards now, I find another one where got 50 plus trading days complete, tens of thousands of dollars paid out, and really stable trading. So just happy to be a part of Topstep, happy to be part of the risk management team and being able to work with these types of traders. It's a lot of fun, and it's cool seeing people impact their lives in this way, trading props. So that's my sign off for today.
That's a great sign off. I have one piece of feedback, but it's for you, Ben. I can't tell you how many times on those trading cards, the way the time is written out, people have said like, wait, this person holds trades for 4 seconds because it's like the zero dot. Like, I think we got to add one more there for like hours, minutes, and seconds. The trader in question, Eric, had an average hold time of 8 minutes on winners and 3 minutes on losers. I would not give the praise that I did if it were 8 seconds and 3 seconds.
Yeah, and I take that criticism. I'm happy to add another layer of digits. I can tell you that we aren't featuring anyone on here that's average hold time is less than a minute. I can't remember the last time that happened because typically trading like that is incredibly difficult to maintain long term.
If they do it, I'll be real with you. I don't think it's possible, but if you can do it in a live account, more power to you. But also, whatever you're doing, there are way better ways to monetize that than being in an account here. If you are really someone that has a strategy that works, market making the NASDAQ, go call the front desk at Citadel. Be like, I have this.
Right.
And we'll call that that is financial advice. Yeah. Just do that. Or just do it yourself. But it's unlikely that you're able to do that, unfortunately. All right, Ben, thank you so much for bringing these cards today. They were some good ones, but everyone else out there, stick around because we got group coaching coming up next. Robert and Hogue are in the house going on to the afternoon, which, Ben, I always have the schedule open in front of me. This afternoon, we got John London joining Robert and Hogue at 1 o'clock, and Real Deal Zach is going to be here for Power Hour. Let's keep that house account positive, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day.
And welcome back to another segment of Group Coaching with Robert and Hogue. Gentleman on the screen that is going to owe us $5 for the mute already, unless he was just mouthing it. Okay, that's James Harden. I'm sorry, no. That is John Hoagland. John, looks like we had a good day in the house account, and we got some great questions for group coaching. If you have any first initial comments to kick it off, go for it. Otherwise, we'll jump into questions.
Kind of a hot day today in chat, wasn't it? Maybe we should all just take a deep breath before we get into group coaching today, and remember, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. But I'm ready when you are, Robert. Let's go for it.
I agree to that. Good, deep breath. Here we go. Kevin, first up. Yeah. Kevin actually has two questions for us, question and comment. So let's just run through them. They're kind of related. And thank you for these, Kevin. Does Topstep platform, so we're going to say our TopstepX platform, have PTO, which I assume is TPO, time price opportunity charts? Yep, right. TPO charts. Or do you need another way to trade? And what about the VLOD, tick, delta, etc. types of internals? So it sounds like Kevin is looking for some of the more advanced features that you see in some of the other platforms that TopstepX is custom built for by traders, for traders, and we take the information and request through the feature request feature. So yeah, a couple of those aren't there quite yet, but maybe John, maybe you want to go into what some of these are. Like I know we see you talking about the TPO charts all the time. Like what exactly is it, and how can we use tick and we define delta? So take it away, sir.
Well, we're working on bringing TPO charts to TopstepX. It's not there yet. And when we do have the TPO charts, I'm kind of hoping or expecting that they're going to have the delta as part of the TPO charts. As far as like tick and those types of things, I don't know that there's many futures only platforms that will give you those in real time. Of course, like Market Watch, some of those you can get some delayed information regarding those. But it's a good thing to learn, of course, if you have them available to you. But I don't think it's a make or break for you, Kevin. And again, we're looking very much forward to having those TPO charts and delta on TopstepX as quickly as possible. It's a lot of work. There's a lot to do, and we're adding stuff all the time. So it's on the list, and when we get to it, you will know. Thank you for the questions, Kevin.
Absolutely. I'm going to throw in my coveted range bars on there also, and I know they're sick of hearing about that from me, but it is a game changer. John, I tell you, no lie, it's probably a good 80% of the traders we talk about range bars just simply do not go back to anything but them. So I'm really looking forward to getting those puppies on there. In the meantime, we just have another chart up, and just if you're looking at tick data, pull up another platform and take a look at it. If you want TPO charts, just like you do, John, just pull up another platform, take a look at it, and do your executions on TopstepX because it is commission free. No commissions in there, and it's a great platform. I love trading view charts. So we will stick with that and move on. Mr. Muhammad, this is Muhammad. I don't know if I want to say, well, Muhammad Ali. So maybe that's their alias, and maybe they're back to take another round, meet up with Tyson or something. But we have Muhammad in here. John says your all-time risk management tip that you always tell to the newbies.
Learn how to take a loss. I remember my dad and his buddies, when I first got a seat in walked on the trading floor, even people that I barely knew on the trading floor, walking on the trading floor with your shiny new badge. Most of the people were going to be telling you, hey, good luck. I hope you do well. Learn how to take a loss. And I think that's one of the things that newbies really struggle with. We talked a little bit about this yesterday during group coaching. I think most people are hardwired in their brains to do the opposite of what successful trading or successful traders do. When you put a trade on and it goes against you, most newbies and even professional traders kind of default to, well, I'm just going to wait and maybe the market will come back and make me whole again or make me money. So we actually end up staying in losing trades longer than we need to and increasing the amount of losses that we take. The other side of that coin, especially after you've had some pain, you've had a couple of losses, something like that, the first time the market actually shows you a profit, you're so excited to take a profit, you end up taking the profit too soon. So we end up with big losses and we end up with small profits. It's being able to rewire your brain to the opposite way, to be able to cut losses and to be able to let winners run. I know it's not easy. None of this is easy. But that's usually going to be like my first risk management tip, is to learn how to take a loss and learn how to take a loss without taking it personally. So many people think, I'm a trader and I shouldn't be taking losses. It's just part of the game. You cannot attach who you are as a person to any trading losses. We all take losses. It's part of the game. So get used to it and make sure you cut those losses. And when you get a good one on, give it that chance to get to pay you more than the risk you have to take. But first thing is learn how to take a loss. Very important. Great question.
Yeah, great question. We get that a lot too, and I'm glad to hear that from you, Ho, because I do take the losses personally, but the person I blame is myself, because there's nobody else I can blame. I'm the only one. I can celebrate my own wins. I can celebrate my own losses. And I say celebrate because they are learning experiences. So I am with you there, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you for the question, Mohammed. Moving on to Jay, line 146. Jay says, hello, sir. I have a question. What is your suggestion for somebody who is, and I'm going to put in quotes here, dying by 1,000 cuts? And what this Jay means here says, I am cutting my losses quickly, but those losses, they keep adding up, and mix it up with overtrading. It just seems to be a deadly combination. My comment is I can resonate with this, just holding on and just getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out. And it's a scalper's dream and a scalper's nightmare. And John, I know you like to hold things longer. So maybe working on that advice for Jay of how can we get past this, cutting quickly, adding up, and stop with the overtrading?
Well, Jay, dying by 1,000 cuts is kind of almost the opposite of what we were just talking to Mohammed about. You become so risk averse that anytime the market goes against you, you just want to cut the trade really quickly. And that also can be detrimental, as you are suggesting in your question here. So when it comes to stops, when it comes to assuming risk and looking for potential rewards, just because the trade goes against you does not necessarily mean that it's invalid. Your stops should always be placed technically where you believe that if price advertises to this level, it's telling me that the trade is no longer valid and I need to get out. That could be, 2 points in the S&Ps. It could be 10 points in the S&Ps. It could be 20 points in the NASDAQ. It's not about the fact that it goes against you. It's the fact that the trade proves itself to be invalid. Now, of course, this is all easier said than done, Jay. But dying by 1,000 cuts, you're not letting the trades breathe enough to where the market may go against you a little bit, and then it starts to go your way, and then you continue to see price moving in your direction and in your favor. So dying by 1,000 cuts, to me, Jay, it sounds like you've become very, very risk averse, and anytime the market goes against you, you just want to cut that trade, which is in a way what we were just talking about with Mohammed, right? Is you don't want to marry a losing trade, but you also want to give that trade technically enough room to kind of gyrate, to maybe move against you a little bit. Finding your stops is finding your stop. The level that you would say is no longer valid. Try this, Jay. The next time you're thinking about taking a trade, you've got your setup. You're saying, okay, if the price gets to this level technically, if it takes out this swing low, if it takes out this level, if it takes out this support level, whatever it is, that is the invalidation for the trade. Put your stop in on the other side of that invalidation level. Then look for your entry. Try and get as close to that level as you can on your entry to help limit your risk. Sometimes, just by looking at where the trade is going to prove invalid and then trying to get as close to that level for your entry, you're going to naturally trim some of your risk on that trade. You're probably going to miss some trades because, to be honest with you, we all want to get in at the best possible location, and the market doesn't often provide that for us. But just try that and, take a look at technically where the long or the short is telling you it's no longer valid. Put your stop on the other side of it, and then work to get in a good trade location for each of the next, few trades you take. Jay, I'm very interested to see if this is going to help you or make a difference for you. So make sure you come back and let us know, in future group coachings or in the chat or whatever it is. Just say, hey, Jay. Just say, hey, Hogue, this is Jay. You answered my question a couple of weeks ago, and your suggestion didn't really help, or it did really help. Whatever it is, I'm very interested in following up with you and seeing if this helps for you. Great question, great thought, Jay. I appreciate it, and hopefully that's going to help you.
Yes, great question and great answer indeed. Always out there. I think this one here, Hogue, from Adrian. Next one down. I think it's right along the same lines as maybe the last two. The risk management for newbies, and then what you can do about the 1,000 cuts. Because it's a really simple question, but I think it's going to speak volumes here. It simply says from Adrian, how do you stay out of the retail rinse? Are you familiar with that term?
Yes. That is a RIPS term, and that is when the market is really just kind of flopping back and forth, perhaps between a couple of relatively readable levels, and you're always looking for the breakout. You're buying the high, you're selling the low. You're buying the high, you're selling the low. You're buying the high, you're selling the low. Adrian, one of the first things that I would suggest for you is to look at a longer time frame chart. I think it's really easy to get wrapped up in the retail rinse when you're looking at a very short time frame chart. A 1 minute, maybe even a 5 minute chart. You always think the market is going to head your direction, and you go in that direction, and it just kind of turns around and just chews you up. So I think the biggest suggestion that I can have for you, Adrian, is to look at a little bit longer time frame chart to try and help keep you out of that retail rinse. I think every trader at some point, even professional traders, get wrapped up in it. I think it's recognizing the fact that you're in it quickly and stopping doing what you're doing, because it's just going to cut you up. We had some pretty decent retail rinse here in the S&Ps today. The market opened, it rallied, and this range-bound trade here, you could feasibly call that a retail rinse. You're looking for continuation to the upside. The market gives you that price action to the upside. You buy it at the high, and all it does is take money away from you. When you go, well, maybe I need to get short, and you sell the low, and then you find out pretty quickly that no, that's not the right thing to do, and you just kind of continually buy the high and sell the low in a range bound market. I call that the retail rinse. I don't know if that's the same thing Rips would call it, but recognizing that the market, it may be in a consolidation area, would be one of the first things that would help that, because if you're looking at consolidation, you want to sell against the high and buy against the low. Sell against the high and buy against the low. Just recognizing that you're in it. You have a couple of trades where you're just like, you're kind of following price action, but price action isn't doing what you're thinking it's doing. Just avoid that. Look at a little bit longer time frame chart, and then look for your next good trade. It's really easy, I think, for retail rinse to get you all mixed up inside. You're taking a loss, you're taking a loss, you're taking a loss. You just keep getting whacked, and pretty soon you're tilted. Your cheese has slipped off its cracker. It's and it's something that happens. But just recognizing, what I've seen this before. I know what happens in this. I'm not going to participate until something actually real or directional comes to me, unless I'm a good range trader. Because if you're a good range trader, you can kind of maybe recognize when that retail rinse, high to low to high to low to high to low, just all that choppy stuff. If you can recognize it, you can put a strategy that's going to help pay you in those. I used to call range bound days cash register days, because range bound days, you buy against the low, you sell against the high. You buy against the low, you sell against the high. You buy against the low, you sell against the high until proven wrong. When there's a breakout outside of that rinse is no longer valid, and you've got to be looking for other opportunities. But great question. And don't do that to yourself. If you're in the retail rinse, recognize it early and take your hand off the mouse. Go walk away. Go walk the dog. Go have a glass of milk. Go have a ham sandwich. Do something for a little bit. Let go of all the venom that you may have created in your veins during that retail rinse. Come back and look for the next opportunity.
Exactly. Retail rinse, I've been there myself. I still get caught sometimes. You get stuck in that spin cycle. You just don't know what to do. And you do. You go on tilt. You get it, those washing machines, right? Swish, 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 and they go on tilt and start banging around, and you go and press the button, right? That's exactly it. Press the button. Whoa, I just said something. Maybe we just hit the lockout and walk away for the day. But great advice and good question, Adrienne. Retail rinse, it is a real thing. So, John, I'm going to pull an audible on you here. Line 154. I would love to choose this question here from Lee. And sorry about the audible, but to relate this to sports terms, this is going to be kind of like a handoff and a lateral, because I talked about this the other day. And now we're going to kick it over to you for some further insight, if you'd be okay with that. This is from Lee. Lee says, "Thank you so much for taking my question, Hogue. This is a follow-up regarding how institutions hide their trades. And as Coach Robert said, the institutions have access to level 3 data. This seems to be a big advantage for them. And as individual traders, how can we overcome this disadvantage of no access to that data?" I guess one way to look is for volume profile, because the volume profile doesn't lie. It's already there. But Hogue, what are your suggestions to fight with the big traders? And I always say don't fight the market. And I'm going to leave this to you. I spoke about this the other day. So what are your thoughts on this? How do I identify these level 3 data as institutional trading when we don't have the same access as them? It's not a level playing field. So what can we do as retail traders to help us?
It's a great question. It's a very important question. And, Robert, just like you said, it's not something that you want to fight the big traders. When you sense that there's bigger time frame trading going on in any market, in any time frame, whatever it is, what you are looking to do is first recognize that there may be longer time frame traders in one side or the other, if they're buyers or if they're sellers. In the case if they're buyers, who are they buying from? They're not buying from other longer time frame traders. They're buying from the speculators. So if you have that recognition and you say, you know what, there's something going on, and it seems like there's a lot of buying going on in this market, and Delta is one way to look at that. And there's also an open interest, but that's a little bit longer time frame view. So if you do have access to Delta and you see that price continues to push higher against increasingly negative Delta, that's one of the ways that I recognize longer time frame participants in the marketplace. In the pit, I used to be able to stand in the pit and just watch and see all the brokers around the pit, and I'd see one broker sell 2,000 contracts, and I'd see another broker sell 2,000 contracts, and I'd see another broker sell 2,000 contracts. And pretty soon we're looking at, 20,000, 30,000 contracts that the bigger time frame traders have now sold to the speculators in the pit. We've got the speculators long 20 to 30,000 contracts, and they're looking for the market to continue to turn and go back to the upside. Now, most of them aren't holding on to those positions for a very long time, but when you recognize that there is a longer time frame participant in the market, you can then make an assumption, a hypothesis, that a lot of those shorter time frame traders are going to get stuck in that direction, and most of them want to go home flat at the end of the day. So that's what I call pitting time frame against time frame. Is level 3 data going to help you? I don't know. I mean, how much can the human eye really catch in the dome? How much can we really catch? Things are happening faster than the eye can see in the dome. How about watching time and sales? Time and sales might be something we'd be able to kind of check, because if we have longer time frame buyers and they're buying from market order sellers, shorter time frame sellers, we're going to see a lot of orders being executed on the bid, 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 on the bid. And if price isn't going lower, that may be an indication of a longer time frame participant in the marketplace. So there are ways using Delta, using order flow, using Bookmap is one way that I know a lot of traders are recognizing when there's, larger participants in the marketplace. You want to go with them most of the time. The longer time frame is usually going to win this game, not all the time. If the longer time frame only has a small amount of contracts that they have to buy, they're not going to get the shorter time frame traders fixed in the opposite direction or in the wrong direction. If they have a lot to do, that's something you want to get on their side and ride when the shorter time frame traders decide that they're already too short. They need to flatten up at the end of the day. They turn buyers and push price in that direction. So, open interest is another way to recognize when there's longer time frame participants in the marketplace. We've been watching gold, and I'm going to bring this sheet up here. We've been watching gold for the last, few months, weeks, whatever you want to call it. Well, here we are. Here we're trading. Let's just start here for shits and giggles. 25.37. Open interest increases. Open interest decreases. Now we're starting to see open interest increasing. 26.78, 27.59. A lot of open interest increasing against negative daytime frame delta. This is saying that most of these buys that are these longs that have been coming in are longer time frame traders. We can go back even to here. Increase in open interest. This is the number of open interest increased on the daytime frame against negative delta. Increasing open interest against negative delta. So now we're down at 24.63. Where are we now? We're at 27.54. Got $100 move in there, and we're seeing open interest increasing at higher levels. That is longer time frame buyers in the market. And with the negative delta that we see, this line here is the negative delta day over day, negative 2,300, negative 1,550, negative 4,400, negative 3,500. These are the shorter time frame traders that are selling into the longer time frame, bigger buyer bids. And when we see that, we can make an assumption that there's longer time frame buyers in this market. I don't want to fight them. I want to see if I can't get some sort of a pullback so that I can take the ride as the shorter time frames traders unravel these positions. And there's really good examples that I have shown in the past, and I will show again on how you can use that to really help sniff out those longer time frame participants. It's not easy. There's nothing that works 100% of the time. And once you do get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. But those are some helpful suggestions on ways where you may be able to sense longer time frame traders in the marketplace. Yes. Buyers
excellent. Thanks for asking.
Yep.
Right. That's excellent, John. Thanks for adding on to that. We are just about out of time, but I do want to give a real quick one here because I think we can say this in one sentence or less. Lazy Lion says, how do you go about saving a 50K combine that has $80 left before max loss limit? My thing is punt. Take a shot at something you wouldn't normally try. Take the close of one day and try to fill the gap to the open of the next day. Oh, so the open of one day to close the gap of the previous day with a micro and see how you do with it. The second thing is how close are you to your next rebuild? Because if you're that close, honestly, I hate to say waste it, but one micro, put it on there and try something out. And if you lose it out, you're going to get a reset pretty soon on your next rebuild. John, what would you say for that quick hitter there? $80 left, down by almost $2,000. What do you do?
Well, if you're down to $80 left in that account and you start trading micros and you dig your way out of that, you'll be a better trader for being able to do that. So try and dig your way out. You'll be a much better trader for it. I kind of use I guess kind of a similar situation where I wanted to learn how to play the guitar. And I was a drummer, I was playing in bands, and I asked one of the guitarists, should I buy an steel string acoustic guitar, or should I buy an electric guitar? And he said, well, you want to be a good player, get a steel string acoustic guitar. And I said, why? He said, well, it's harder to play. It's harder on your fingers. You got to push harder on the frets. It's just a more difficult instrument to play. So if you want to be a better player, learn how to play on a steel string acoustic guitar. And it's similar to what we're talking about here. You're down to $80 in your account. And if you can dig your way out, you'll be a better trader for it.
Awesome. As a 35-year guitarist, I had the same advice. My dad handed me this old beat up thing. The strings are about an inch off the neck, and it does make you a better guitarist as much as it possibly can without the practicing. John, thank you very much. I always appreciate being on here with you. Great answers as always. I know the chat loves it. I know our viewers love it. And we're going to clip a little segment out of there about the level 3 institutional advantage. But right now, coming up, John, you and I are going to be on the screen at the same time, but we are joined by another John, Mr. John London. This is going to be Trade with Topstep, a nice segment. I love this guy. We're going through some of his information. We got a lot to talk about, so stick around. We will be right back. Surprise! We are back. As voice behind the scenes, you got Mrs. John Hogan on the other side. I always get this wrong, all the way on the other end. And we have John London right in the middle, our special guest today. John is a funded trader. He is a Topstep partner also. He is originally from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And John, I always paint these lines to paint my face off there. We always put that little background on there. And for some reason, it's like a castle in Baton Rouge. So
it's great.
I don't know what the hell AI is doing about this one.
Yeah, pretty accurate outside of the castle. The castle's great. You know, I don't know if the castle's realistic, but they should, they should put a castle in Baton Rouge. I'd support it. But aside from that, pretty accurate.
I agree. Well, welcome to the show. This is Trey with Topstep. We've gone through some of your stats. We're going to jump right into it. But first and foremost, if there's anything you want to get out, please do. And if you see a trade, let us know. We have the keys to the house account, as always. Mr. Hogan's got it up. I have it up over here. And if you see something, please just interrupt, shout it out. We want to support our funded traders and our Topstep partners. So you're the man. You see something, we'll put it on for you. But beyond that, John Hoagland, do you know this John London?
Do I know John London?
Yeah, have you been on with him before? I think it's my first time on with John.
So I just entered a trade. Didn't mean to interrupt you guys. I'm so sorry. Just entered a short.
No, that's what we're here for.
I'm going to short. So I think the market's pushed up a lot on the NASDAQ today. I'm going to short just one contract of the NASDAQ short, and I'm just going to try to be patient, give it a little bit of a loose range with a couple $100 risk is what I'm currently planning to do. But go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting you guys.
Where are you short?
So I am short at, let me see where it entered. It filled at 522. Or no. Let me see.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that might be right. 522.
On NASDAQ?
That's way down there.
It's going to be 670 something.
Yeah, so it's around 673. I'm down a little bit at 673. Let me see where they entered. So it looks like it entered around 669.
Gotcha.
Give or take.
So we just joined you with one lot at 672. I've got another one lot in at 673 half for another offer. Are we aiming for a stop above the high of this session?
Correct. Exactly right. So I'm going to look at, so the highs, we have like a triple top up there. And we've also pushed up a lot today on the NASDAQ and the S&P. And so I just figure a lot of times heading into power hour, we start to fade a little bit back down closer to like the volume weighted average price or something like that. So I'll look for like a $300 or $400 gain. My risk will probably be right above those highs. We're currently up 110. Now we're back down, but we're going to let it work for a little while. Hopefully let it work as long as we don't. Yeah.
So to answer your question, Robert, I don't think I've been on with Mr. London yet. It's great to be with you. Is that right, John? Have we been on screen before together?
So we actually have. So a long time ago, this was maybe like a year ago. I remember because you talked to me about jujitsu. Like you were talking to me about jujitsu in one form or another. I think the last thing you said was that we'll see if I'm a blue belt by the time we speak again. I'm pretty sure it was you. I'm 90% sure it's you. I'm not a blue belt yet. We're working towards it, but I still got some time for sure. But we're working towards it.
Well, keep at it. And I'd love to hear how that is inspired to trading. I hold a second black in Kempo myself, American Kempo or Parker Kempo. It has immensely helped my discipline, patience, and fortitude going forward. So kudos to you for taking that. I love the martial arts, and I'd love to hear how that's affected your trading for better or for worse.
I got my kids in jiu-jitsu because they say people that do jiu-jitsu develop better discipline. And like, I'm still a white belt. I'm not even claiming to be good or anything like that. But I think it does build discipline. It teaches you how to think quickly. And, and I think the most relatable part of it is that in jiu-jitsu, when you start it, I'm about a year and a half in, maybe a little bit less. When you start it, you get beat up. You lose over and over and over again. And it's a really humbling experience because you just get beat a lot. And so I'm winning a little bit more now a year in. But when I first started, I just got beat up. Kind of very similar correlation to trading where you get started trading. You're probably going to lose for a while, but it kind of builds character, builds discipline. And so can overall be a net positive, if that makes sense.
Absolutely makes sense. And just even though, I have many more years behind me, you still lose. It just doesn't, the beating's a little bit worse, but you also can put them on a little bit more. But I'm glad it's helped you trading and keep at it. And yes, the discipline is there. The tenacity is there. The patience is there. The you continue on, get beat down, get back up again, lose a trade, get back into it again. So yeah, kudos to you. I always appreciate with a fellow artist. So how's that short doing?
No, thanks so much. I'm down on it right now. I'm down 100, right around 100 bucks or so. We'll see if we test these highs. I think I'll probably keep my stop loss around 695 or so, a little bit above the highs. I think sometimes what we see, especially when we start to flatten out, we see a break of the highs and then a move back down. And so I don't want to make my stop loss right at the highs because I think that's too easy to kind of stop hunt, if that makes sense. And so we're down on it now, but we're pretty close to flat. Yeah. A lot of times they stop hunt and they just kind of, they pop over highs. They get everybody really excited for a long, and then they just trap you and dump down. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at, but we're almost flat.
I like the way you're thinking. We are now short 2 at 67.75. I mean, I'm sorry, 672.75. Yeah. 672.75. So yes.
672.
I was thinking about
that.
The
shall remain unspoken is at 695 and a half.
Nice. Yeah, and it's a crazy week, honestly. There's so much stuff going on this week. We have big earnings in the Magnificent Seven stocks. We have PCE, GDP data. I think tomorrow we have GDP, and then tomorrow we have GDP, I think prelim payroll numbers, and then Thursday we have PCE, which is like inflation. It's like the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation metric. Yes. That's Thursday. And then Friday we have payrolls and unemployment data. So it's just a really economic busy week. A lot of stuff going on. So I'm wondering if that's going to mean we get choppiness or if we're going to get volatility from it. It could go either way, really. Sometimes the market's boring leading up to these big events, but with so much stuff, maybe traders are going to be scared to enter stuff. But it could also go the completely other way where we start to get volatility. Traders piggyback off of that. Like I've been through both of those scenarios, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, they do, don't they? They get volatile and they get flat. They go up and they go down, right?
That's right. Yeah, 100%.
That's something like that. You're right. I just think that I think economics, we do have all that GDP. You're 100% correct. And there's one more kind of heavy hitter on Thursday, and that is the, as John says, the jobless clams come out at 7:30 Central Time on Thursday. That's another heavy hitter we have to keep an eye on. But a good call out for those economics there, Mr. London.
Yeah, I day trade, and I always try to set the expectations low for my day trading. I'm not saying I'm a terrible day trader, but I try to set the expectations low and then hopefully outperform those expectations is my strategy there. But yeah, we cover a lot of economic stuff, and so it'll be a fun week, and then next week we got some stuff too. I think, we have the Federal Reserve rate decision next week as well. So just a lot of different, potential market catalysts.
And a presidential election.
Oh yeah, I'm ready for it to be over. I'm just ready for it to be over.
Oh my God, me too.
I've had enough of it. I'm very neutral throughout all of it, and I'm just ready for it to be over. Personally, but so we're almost green in the position. We're almost flat. We're down $20, so we're down a couple ticks, but now we're green. And again, I think we're gonna just let this work a little bit more for us. I think we could still kind of we're playing the top. Let me see if I can draw it. I have my terrible little drawing tool here. You can kind of see this range. And so we're heading towards the bottom of it. So that's kind of where I'm going to look to take profit. I think we have less risk above us. Like here's our risk. And then if we can catch the bottom there, it might continue to break down, but that's the reward target right now is right around, 640 or so, if y'all can see it on my screen.
640. Okay.
Good. Might be a little generous of a reward target, but we're going to try. I'm not saying I'll have the discipline to stick to it. I'm very well known for giving these big reward targets and then cutting it about halfway there, but we'll see if I can maintain that discipline. We'll see.
Oh, no pressure now. There's only like 155 million people watching you right now, so that's okay.
Yeah, for sure. On Topstep TV, it feels like that. It feels like that.
Yeah, you're telling me if the way it gets blasted out there. And we're going to plug you a little bit here. You do have a YouTube channel. I did put it in the chat for you. We get quite the viewers there. Congratulations. And you do have, you are on x.com at beginner trades. I also put that in chat, and I actually pinned that one to the chat. If you want to follow you on X, and please go out there, follow, like, tweet it out there and join us, link us all up, and let's get the community rolling here, and hopefully we get
thanks so much
jumping off. Yeah, absolutely. Glad to have you on here.
Yeah, I'm usually a scalper, so I do honestly like to take much shorter positions, but because I'm on Top Step TV, you know, I'm gonna take a longer term trade. I think it makes sense, but I think it's also possible we test those highs. So we'll see. I think the risk reward is good. I think it's at least it's about 2 to 1. So hopefully we'll get it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got to tell you guys, there's a guy in the S&P pit. WIG, WIG was his badge, and he wanted to learn karate. And there was a gentleman on the floor named Matsumoto, who was like a karate champion from Japan, a kung fu champion from Japan. So we hired him to teach him karate, kung fu, whatever it was, and Wiggy was black and blue for like months. You do get beat up when you start to learn martial arts, but he stuck through it, and he actually got really good at it. He was actually able to put hands on Matsumoto a couple of times. Matsumoto didn't like that.
Yeah,
sounds familiar.
I grew up with the Karate Kid, so that was like my childhood, was like the Karate Kid. But now my family's watching what's the show? Cobra Kai, and so we're into that now. But that was like my childhood was karate. I think that's probably what got me started. I'm sore right now though. I got punch choked yesterday. For all my jujitsu, practitioners, y'all might know a punch choke. I got punch choked yesterday. My throat, it still hurts every time I swallow. And my leg is sore. I have a friend. Yeah, I have a friend that's training for competition on the 9th of November, and he is really good at heel hooks and leg entanglements. And so my leg, my ankle, my knees hurt. I've been helping him train a little bit. So I'm taking a few days off for now, but we'll be back late this week, hopefully,
No doubt that you'll be back for sure.
How are your kids doing with it? Do they like it?
So my daughter's 15. So I force her to go at least once a week. And I don't force her because she genuinely enjoys it. She's just at the age where she doesn't have time for anybody else. And so she's just the social age, I call it. My son, I've been doing private lessons with like the main black belt at my gym. And he's been doing great. So they brought one kid in and he did really, really well. And did great against this one kid, and now they brought a better kid in, and so we'll see how his pride handles having somebody a little bit better thrown in with him, because so far so good, but the hard part about jiu-jitsu is being okay with losing. I'm a really competitive person, so I want to win, and so jiu-jitsu, to get better, you're going to have to lose. So we'll see how that goes.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, on this market here, I do want to make a quick pivot on you here, back to the market. You're trading NQ, but on your listing here, you also trade ES, but you also trade MNQ and MES. And while we're watching the chart and doing this hope and pray that the NQ tanks, John, you want to go through what makes you switch back and forth? Like if you're trading NQ, what would make you say, I go to MNQ? Or if you're trading MNQ, what makes you switch to NQ or to ES? What is it that you look for?
Okay, so usually like the way I approach it, I'm a big cushion believer. So I want to build up a cushion in the first part of the day. If I can build up a cushion with micro contracts, and the great thing about TopstepX is that there's no commissions. And so I can take multiple micro contracts with barely any fees and build up small cushions of like 50 to $100. And then once I have that, I'm much more comfortable like transitioning to the NASDAQ, or really the E-mini first. The E-mini is kind of like a middle ground. I'll trade micro NASDAQs to get a smaller trade. And then once I build up a cushion of like 50 to $100, then I'll pivot to maybe the E-mini for a couple contracts. And then if I get a cushion of a few hundred, then I switch to the NASDAQ. And like sometimes I'll do this and I'll build up all these cushions of profits of a couple $100, and then it'll just turn right back against me, and I'll lose the whole cushion and I'll have to scale back down to micros again and kind of repeat that process. But what it does, and I know I talked about this the last time, but it allows me to have small losses on the day sometimes, because when I lose, I'm trading small. And when I scale up to larger contracts like the regular NASDAQ or the E-mini, I usually have a cushion on the day to compensate for it. And so when I lose, then I got to go back to break even and start the process over. And this just allows me to manage my risk a little bit better, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Thank you for asking this. So we're just watching the NQ here. I don't know. It looks like you have you're using VWAP range analysis and you're doing some scalping. I'm a fan of volume profiles. I want to at least throw that out there momentarily. We do have a low volume area, and that is below on the NQ of 20,655. We can see a low volume. So my speculation is if we get under 655, we'll probably be heading down to around 640 in a hurry. We'll see if that happens or not, but that would play right into what these trades are looking at as long as we don't go popping up over these highs and get stopped out. So I'm a huge fan of volume profile, and you're a fan of the VWAP. So my question on that long-winded rant right there is, do you use the anchored VWAP or do you just do for the session? So John Lennon, go for it.
I use a little bit of both. So I like the regular VWAP just because the amount of volume of traders that watch it. But I also use the anchored VWAP. Each one depends. I probably regular VWAP more just because old habits die hard. But I do notice, like somebody put me on the anchored VWAP not that long ago, and I've been using it off and on in my trading. But usually I stick with the original deviation VWAP. So.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Extended trading hour VWAP, right?
Sure. Yes, correct. I love trading in pre-market as well. I try not to do it. A lot of the time somebody asked me, y'all asked me about micros earlier. Sometimes I'll trade those in pre-market. I live stream as well, and I try to be disciplined on the live stream, but sometimes I just want to give my viewers something to watch. And so I'll trade micros to kind of get past that. And like I said, TopstepX, great, no commissions. That's a beautiful part about it, is that I can kind of trade small, try to get a couple base hits in. And so we're starting to approach those highs, in trades like this. I'm not going to add to it. I think adding to it could just get me in trouble. And so I think I'm going to play it like I mentioned before, where my risk is about 695. So let me see if I can draw that out here. I want to let it test because, again, a lot of the time it tests that level and then it comes back down. Yes. So I want to let it test this. And the good part about Topstep is that, that's a relatively small amount of risk. I think when you first get funded, you got to build up a cushion. And so you don't want to trade too conservatively if there is such a thing. So you got to take some risks in the beginning and just kind of let it work. And so that's where I'm currently at with this one. This one I just got funded in. I have 3 funded accounts currently, and I'm just kind of playing with them, strategy building and stuff right now. I think I'm going to start taking more larger swings as we get closer to the holiday months like November and December, after the election stuff is done, regardless of who wins, because I think then we'll get a little more clear predictability, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. I won't be all over the place like that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Happy Gilmore quote in the chat. Great movie. Yeah.
What's the quote?
So he says, "I will not take the short." Then a curse word I can't say, but great movie.
Jackass. Yeah, I'll say it. It's not bad. It's
okay, yeah, you'll do it. Okay, all good. I gotta wonder about what everybody's different.
Yeah, you got it. Wow, this thing is pushing up a little bit higher in the NQ. I'm gonna switch around. Go ahead and talk. I'm gonna take a look at a couple of the markets while we're looking around here. So,
sure. Yeah, I can look with you.
We got gold back up against all-time highs again now.
Wow. Yeah.
My goodness, where's Eddie when you need him?
Oil dipped this morning too from stuff going on overseas. Let's see if it bounced back. Still down. Rebounded a little bit. Mostly this weekend, I guess it fell. Yeah, it stayed down mostly. So we're getting close to the highs. So we have the high. The high is probably 688. And so we'll let it touch that and see. It just tapped it. Might have not quite broken it.
So if you run those stops up there and turn around.
Right. Yep.
Oh, it looks like that gold is the high 2784.9. So we have it at 2785. So that was the all-time high. That is correct?
Yeah, all-time high.
Gold. And the thing about gold, I'm a big investor, but The problem with gold is that gold can downtrend for like 10 years at a time, and so with it pushing up as much as it has, the only reason I haven't bought it as a longer term investment is just because, gold is known, it can downtrend for a long time. It can uptrend for a decade and then downtrend for 6 or 7 years. And so like, if you're going to buy it long term, it's usually okay. And or if you're going to short term day trade it, that's fine as well. But I'm worried now because we've been on an uptrend for gold since like, since like 2014. So it's been 8 years, 10 years, almost 10-year uptrend for it. So it's just a nervous buy for me. I think if you accumulate and you DCA into it, not investment advice. I have no idea what I'm talking about, guys. So, but yeah,
Right.
That's kind of my logic on gold.
Are you just doing ETFs, or do you actually do physical gold?
So I would just do ETFs. Like I like GLD is what I look at. But
oh boy, new highs in NQ. That spells trouble.
Yeah, we're getting close to my stop. Right around 694. We'll see if it turns. It's just less likely. We're kind of in that choppy phase of the day as well before power hour. Power hour starts in 35 minutes. So we'll see, but we're getting close.
DI plus is pushing up, and there's a stronger ADX, which is the strength of the direction of movement. As we can see, it just popped up even further. It's just another 5 points out of it. So I like using the DI plus and DI minus. Which are a little bit. It's really quick, little 10 period. Instead of using a tick chart, it just gets you right in that sweet spot. I feel anyway that it kind of helps. You can look at it, seeing crisscrossing over, the DI directional index plus taking over the minus, and then when you have the ADX, the strength of the trend. It's DI plus comes up, takes over the minus, and then ADX curves up. It just shows you, yes, it's going in an upward direction, and yes, it's increasingly strength in that direction. Might be good for 5, 6, 7 points out of NQ. We saw that just happen just now. So, and hopefully we don't get stopped out and just flips around on you.
Yeah, we tapped my stop loss. We tapped it, but we actually rejected directly off of it, which kind of confirms the stop loss, I think, which is good. And now we're coming back down. So we'll see. I'm cautiously optimistic here. We tapped the stop. I think this is actually good for it to tap this level because it makes it really obvious of a stop loss. And now we're kind of coming back down, which kind of follows the thesis of high break and then trap. So
that was a heck of a spot for that stop. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, it hit it exactly right. I'll take it. We'll see if it, I'm cautiously optimistic. I have no problems cutting trades. I think it's always good to just accept the loss that you might potentially take beforehand. Only risk what you're comfortable with and just understand if you lose, it's not the end of the world. It's always better to just come fight another day.
Exactly. And I just did a quick little ruler tool on the NQ, and from the lower day to higher day, it's approximately 265 points, 265 handles. That's from the low earlier. I was around 8:30 or so, 8:32 Central Time, until we just hit the high now at 1:20 Central Time, 1:24. Sure. It's about 265 handles there. So that's not unheard of for NQ. I didn't expect it to be straight up like it is for the most part. A little bit of pullback here and there, but it's just not an unusual movement. We know how NQ moves sometimes.
Sure. Yeah. Big movement on it. With earnings today too, you could have some like front loading into potential outcomes. AMD is after the bell. Google's after the bell today. So it's possible that that's what's going on too. I see somebody in the chat asking about the Dow, about why it's different than the NASDAQ. Well, you got to think of like just volume. NASDAQ is 100 stocks. The S&P is 500. The Dow is what, 30? I think, right? The Dow 30, I think is what it is. So 30. much more consolidated of stocks. Much more spread out between sectors, and it's still up on the day. It's not always going to have a perfect correlation. Or no, it's actually red a little bit on the day. Actually, I'm wrong.
So better in the day. Yeah, the high of the Dow today was 42,697. In this movement, if I do a quick plot on it from low to high today, 333 handles, and there are no ticks in between each one point of the Dow. No ticks in between there. So 333 full handles. Again,